Ladies and gentlemen, it is February 7th, 2018. It is time for the ProPokeBowl Season 4 Draft. My name is ProPokeBowl. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. We will be seeing 10 coaches coming to draft their team of 12 to start off the season in a couple of weeks. Thank you very much for joining me. There are a lot of exciting things coming into the season. The first one being the addition of brand new faces. Some returning, a lot new. It's time to see a brand new face. Thank you very much for joining me tonight once again. We will be dealing with getting all of the teams set up tonight. We do have 2 pools. They'll be drafting 6 Pokemon and banning 2 in total from both pools, coming out with a total of 12 Pokemon for the roster, which we'll be using for the next 9 weeks of battles. After that, we will be starting to announce what's going to be happening with the battle days, and we'll be going over all the information that's still required out of all of the coaches. All the drafting will be done through the chat, so please make sure you stay focused and keep the stream on as much as you can so you can get full audio direction as well as watching me. We have some new things going on to give you guys more ideas of what's going on with the draft and everything else. Hopefully we can keep it as clean as possible. I would like to thank everybody for making this a success over the past 3 seasons and 1 Celebrity Edition. It has been growing and growing and growing, and this time we're testing between player trading, as well as bringing it into a new metagame with a lot new Pokemon being seen. Not even that, but even just talking about it tonight, the evolution of this tournament has gone extensively far. So thank you very much for everyone making that a success. So let's get into announcing the 10 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we have... Where did they go? Damn it. Close. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We got this. Like I said, we're going to be having an official announcement for everybody here, but let's just go through the teams to see who you're going to be rooting for in this season. We have the Okeechobee Toros with Coach Project Key 3. We have the Sock-powered Sky Sharks with Coach Oxum. W. Wellington, the Return of a Franchise with Coach Ivan Valdez, 11. The Boston Bearticks with Coach Eventual Coma. The Lanakila Conquerors with Coach Sear Sky, got it, close enough. The Stockton Thunders with Coach World Leader 9000. The Sarasota Suicoons with Coach Gamer 5908. The Kyubi Destroyers with Coach Darkness Fairy 2. The Alaskan Araquanids with Coach Doodle Humper 69. And last but not least, the Pichu Warriors with Coach Mitch EW. These 10 will be grabbing their Pokemon from the pools. I need to confirm that everybody is here. Let's take a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be searching for the names really quickly to make sure that we can start drafting immediately. The way that it works is everything will be organized. You wait for my prompts. Please use the @ProPokeNoob in chat to tell me your picks. Once you have put your picks in the chat, as long as it's valid, I'm going to assume that it is your official choice, and you'll be going from there. We'll be showing you the pick order in just a moment. You will have 15 minutes to prepare yourselves to get ready for everything you'd like to draft, and then we go from there. Everything will be directed. If I miss anything, please, I do apologize in advance. It's a one-man operation. Even though I've been doing it for multiple seasons, mistakes can happen. C'est la vie. Are there any final questions about the snake format of banning, the banning and drafting table? I would highly suggest you keep that open. I always have it open just in case. Good to see everybody coming out. Alright, let's take a look here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, really close. Okay, we need Eventual Coma. That's all we're waiting on. Just as a quick reminder for everybody who is not participating but does want to watch the ProPokeBowl, you are receiving Nubits right now as you watch the stream. You can donate Nubits to teams anonymously for people to be able to receive the MVP award. The person with the highest score at the end will be receiving the MVP award. The score will remain anonymous as to show kind of a pseudo support for everybody, and I do appreciate everyone that comes out and supports this, but you guys can now put your Nubits to use. There may or may not be additional Nubits being added to you as we speak. ProPokeBowl Nights might be giving you more, so watching the ProPokeBowl can be the best thing you have ever done. Let's get this open right now, make sure I can track anything of the sort. You can start donating those immediately. You don't have to donate them on ProPokeBowl Nights. Just make sure you are please not donating it for yourself. Greatly appreciate that, obviously. Just kind of silly when you do that. Let's give it a couple more minutes. Lapras Ruler, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? There we go. Double Nubits during the ProPokeBowl times. So, just to give you a slight idea of what's going to be going on, we are going to be attempting to use more graphics to show you guys the teams. Rather than having the team sheet open, you can track the team sheet right here. I'll put it in chat for all of you to be able to look through it, but it is at the bottom of the channel. If you'd like to see any other information, Exclamation Bull gives you all the rules, but as well as you can track all of the games, all of the brackets will be added after tonight, and we can go from there, and you'll be able to go from that, so... Where the hell is Coma? Come on, Coma. You can do it. Hey! Clint, thanks very much for the subscription, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to becoming a fellow nooblet. God bless, sir. Appreciate that support, bro. You redeem it, Acrolance, through the point system down at the bottom right-hand corner. If you have the Twitch extension open, you can click on my face. They're under the Redeem Nubits. You can basically choose, just put the team name in, and then I will put the points appropriately with it. It's a very fun experience, Lapras Ruler. I hope that you'll enjoy it. We are just drafting the teams tonight. Let's get it going. I'm hoping... Where's the Wookiee crawling out? Hey, Miss Mala, good to see you. How you doing? Just waiting on one more participant, and then we can get started ASAP. She should be here soon, I hope. For those of you who are brand new to this, it's a mixed OU tournament draft. Basically, they draft 12 Pokemon. They bring 6 Pokemon every week against it. It's a series of 2. A 2-0 results in 3 points. A 1-1 results in 1 point for both participants. You are allowed to sub out Pokemon between Game 1 and Game 2, but you are not allowed to change any movesets until previous weeks. On top of that, any leftover Pokemon after this draft enter the trade pool, where they can either be traded from a team to the pool, or they can be traded now between coaches, which they let me know 4 days in advance before the next week's battles. Lapras Ruler, unfortunately, we are not having any more people enter. There was a time period where we were getting everybody organized. However, if you would like to participate as on the free agents list, which is a list of subs that people can come to let you battle on the weeks that they can't make it, I'd be more than happy to put you on that list. At this point, anyone who would like to sign up or at least be a part of the ProPokeBowl, you can sign up and do that. Hey, we're good to go. Let's get this going ASAP. Opening up pool number 1. Let's get everything going. As you're going to see, there's going to be a few graphics on your screen. That is not the pick order. We are going to re-randomize it. We are also going to be showing the teams rather than being on the team list. You could follow it there, but we will also have a visual graphic for everyone to be able to see the teams that are being done. You can follow the list and kind of just put it together. Do not worry. It's probably easier for people just to follow through a thing. It's just I don't have to switch between all of the draft pools. Let's do some drifting. No, T4. There we go. Randomizing the link. No, of course, once again, sponsored by random.org. Thank you very much, random.org, for letting this be free. I'm not actually sponsored. I just do that every single time. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The pick order is as such. W. Wellington is up first, followed by the Okeechobee Toros, the Sock-Powered Sky Sharks, Pichu Warriors, Stockton Thunderous, the Lanakila Conquerors, the Sarasota Suicunes, then the Alaskan Arachnids, QB Destroyers, and the Boston Bearticks riding up their tail. If you followed anything that we talked about last night, this is very, very interesting. Here is the order. I will post it there. It will also remain on thing. I will also put it in Discord for everybody to see. If you would like to join the Discord during this, there is a chat going with all the coaches in it right now. You are more than welcome to join. It's a super cool community that we keep nice and relaxed. You have 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to draft from pool number 1. Good luck. We'll see you on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, you have about a minute and a half left. We'll try that thing, Diego. I like that idea with the time. That is a very good point, Oxen, as well. See? ProPokeBowl only gets better every single time. But for now, I'm going to keep icing my wrist, so... See you in a minute. Okay. Ow! It's the first time I've shoveled all year, so here we go. Let's get this going. So we got the team track, we got everything else going down the list. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start this draft. W. Wellington. Your band, please. I am going to be putting the tiers next to the Pokemon so that we can make sure that we don't mess up any of the bands and stuff like that. Here we go. Ivan, what is your first band? I can give you a link to the pool here. Is it actually Blacephalon? Got it, thank you. Alright, Blacephalon is gone. We were actually talking about that a little bit last night. Weren't too sure if it was going to be something picked up, but it most certainly is. Blacephalon is going to be out. Okeechobee Toros Project. Your band, please. Also, thank you for using the... Thank you. Volcanion actually being taken out. We saw some power of it with it going on in the practice rounds, but it definitely did show a lot of pressure when Initiator used it, so that is out of the question. Soft Power Shy, Sky Sharks. Awesome. What are we banning? Of course, again, you guys can follow this on the team sheet. The team builder thing is mostly just going to be for people to, it's just for people to see it visually in case they can't read it. She's banning you. Can't ban me. I just cannot be banned. I think her Pokemon was already banned. I think it was already slightly gone. Zygarde! Oh, we were talking about this. We were looking at it. It definitely is a Pokemon that can cause a lot of issues. Oh my god, what am I doing? So, that thing is gone. Unfortunate, that is quite a bit of power that we don't want to see in the battle. Pichu Warriors! Mr. Mitchie, what you getting rid of, friend? We talked about this last night when we were looking at the different pools and stuff like that. There are actually so many ways that people could approach this drafting. It's super neat to me. Hoopa Unbound is gone. We have also seen this Pokemon in one of the practice rounds. It was doing a lot of damage, so that is out of the question and gone. Stockton Thunderous, World Leader, what is your ban? I know eventual coma. This one's got to go fast though. This is Sanic drafting, by the way. Volcanion was banned by Okeechobee Toros, I believe. Plus, T4, we were talking about that. Plus of the threat. Diego's not in this, but good call anyways. Latias is gone. Placed in OU due to its mega, but nonetheless still a giant threat. Lanakila Conquerors. Sears Guy, what do you got for me? What is your ban? It would help if you guys actually kept the pools open when you have it. That way, it should be linked to both of you, so if you still have it, good. If not, you can grab them from the chat now. Icy, when you're good. Your ban. Funnily enough, we were talking, if you guys missed the pre-show analysis last night, we basically talked with Sweet D, and we basically came up with the idea that Pool 1 is quite, has a lot to be desired, whereas Pool 2 is going to be full of stacked Pokemon. So basically what's going to be going on is Pool 1 is going to be trying to pick up the best that you possibly can, and really trying to solidify a team in Team 2, so it's going to be very interesting to see what people are going to be banning out and actually trying to get a lot of weak things being put on everybody's team. It's Icy. Where is he? Lele. Tapu Lele was one of those Pokemon we just assumed would not remain on a team in anyone's grasp, and that is the case. Sarasota Suicune's Gamer. Your ban, please. A lot of OUs, which is pretty much what we predicted. A lot of the power is just going to be sniped out of the OU, but in Pool 2, I suspect the same thing's going to be going on. Because there's not much to really lose here. The OUs are just going to help any team that gets through this ban phase with any of that stuff. Toxapex is out. Another Pokemon we knew that was not going to be able to remain. Nonetheless, predictions are so far pretty accurate. Alaskan Arachnids, Doodle Humper. What is your ban? We're on the right track. We're looking at a pool that's going to cause a lot of people to pick up not a lot of strong Pokemon, or at least not a lot of Pokemon that are going to be synergizing and doing a lot of good stuff. But this is the chicken game we were playing. There are 3 people left, and we haven't seen a Greninja ban, Heatran ban, Weavile ban, Clefable ban. We haven't seen any of this, which means something powerful is going to be scooped up, potentially by W. Wellington or Okeechobee Toros, because it goes back to them. Doodle, your ban, please. I'm definitely interested to see what's going to be coming out, because I almost feel like you're going to have to, since the pool is already poor, it makes sense to get rid of all the OUs, since the PUNU is not having a lot of really strong things you're going to have to worry about anyways. Porygon Z, an interesting Pokemon we didn't actually think would get banned out. Still strong, but maybe not necessarily in our minds for ban-worthy. Nonetheless, it is taken out. QB Destroyers, Darkness, your ban, please. And this is going to get even more complex when I have to put the team previews up. Dear God! Yes, for that type of Pokemon, I say Z. Otherwise, it's Z. Chansey! We are literally killing Doodle strats right here, right now. No old team for Doodle. Unfortunate, but another OU sniped. And last but not least, Boston Beartix. Keep in mind, Ivan, we will be going back to Ivan for first pick. But Boston Beartix, Eventual Coma, your ban, the last ban before we start picking. At least one game. I'm assuming that is the Greninja. The Greninja is out. A little bit scary there. I know that anyone would be happy to pick that up, but she is going to be the one to take out Greninja. Sounds like a plan to me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start picking the teams. Mr. Wellington, Mr. Ivan, your Pokemon. The first Pokemon for W. Wellington in Season 4 of the Pro Pokeball. There'll be a lot of uneventful bans in PUNU, but nonetheless, it is going to be happening. The only one who actually is flexible, I think, is the Tauros. Whoever banned Volcano, I think it was Tauros. Tangrowth! That is definitely an Ivan Pokemon. We've seen him pick that up before. His next pick will be a PUNU Pokemon. Very interesting that has gone for that I suck. There we go. Bop. It will end up being the Tangrowth. Tangrowth is just a really solid Pokemon, very defensive. We have seen him use it in the past before, so it's definitely going to be a Pokemon right up his alley. Project, your pick, please. Ooh, he does actually end up going for the Xurkitree. This was one in my mind that I was kind of hoping people would actually try out, and I'm really excited to see this Pokemon being used in the competitive scene. Mainly because I just find it so interesting of a Pokemon. It's very one-dimensional, but it does have a lot of power. It's moved up and it's good in the OU metagame. I'm curious to see how it's going to do in a mixed OU environment. Sock-powered Sky Sharks. What is your pickup? The first Pokemon to identify Oxum. Oxum getting 4th place. Pro Pokeball Season 3? 2? 3? Can't remember. Wasn't she 4th place? 5th place, right, close enough. You know what, 4th, 5th. It doesn't matter in the end. We only count 1st place here on this tournament, so. You're basically all last place if you don't get 1st. Welcome to Pro Pokenoob's channel. It's kind of true, too. We recognize no one who hits 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, or whatever. She does end up going for the Gligar, though. I like this pickup, very flexible. Is going to be a Pokemon that is going to be helping her out when it comes to her team structure. Some people like to go for the defensive core first. I also like to do the same for the most part, although some people may argue that you want to try and grab that sweeper and build around it for the future. She'll also have very flexible picks later on. Pichu Warriors, Mr. Mitch. I know you want to go quick. What is your pick? Heatran, straight up powerful Pokemon. I don't know why it's not being picked up, but he's going to go straight for it. The Heatran is we've seen Diego use it in the past. Very, very strong Pokemon, defensively, offensively. It just synergizes so well, and its typing is ludicrous. He's going to be going for it. Stockton Thunderous, world leader. Your pick, please. How do I keep this over here? No, I cannot. Hippowdon! Okay, I like it. So, Hippowdon has some great defensive stats to it. It does offer a little bit of weather as well, so I'm curious to see. World Leader's always been the guy who has brought out some interesting picks. So I'm curious to see what he's actually going to make use with that Hippowdon. Also probably a start to a defensive core and see where you're going to go from there. Lanakila Conquerors. Icy. Your ban, please. Or your pick, please. Your ban. Ban another Pokemon. Sure, let's go with Unorthodox. Now keep in mind, these picks now actually affect their subsequent picks. So, for example, because Oxum has picked up a Pokemon in RU, she can pick from any other tier, whereas people picking up an OU have to pick from the PUNU squad. You can see in the list for the Pro Pokeball all of the tier rules and stuff like that. Good to see you, Gamma. So far, pretty much seeing the majority of what I would expect. Mamoswine. This was another Pokemon I was actually very excited about. Didn't call it out. because I wanted to see who was actually going to pick it up, and it is going to end up being Icy. Following his name, Mamoswine is a super, super good Pokemon. Hasn't seen too much attention in the OU metagame, except for now Joey's, going through with it, but definitely interested. This is a very good typing. I think it's actually going to be quite good between both pools, so good pickup there by the Conquerors. Sarasota Suicunes, Mr. Gamer. What is your pick? Ooh, he does end up taking the namesake to his team. Suicune is in his hands. Excuse me. Now, Suicune, it's funny, when I was looking at the walls, a lot of them do seem like they could be easily set up on, but Suicune's one of those calm mind defensive Pokemon, has access to Scald, always been known as a solid defensive Pokemon from 3rd gen and beyond for the most part. Just holds itself and really solidifies a team comp with, if you need any type of bulky Pokemon. Honestly, it could do it all, so I think Gamer's going to be very happy with that type pick, plus it's his also namesake, so. Alaskan Arachnids, what is your pick, sir? So far, seeing a lot of Pokemon that are still left up. Now, having said that, even though we say this pool is weak, there are a lot of strong Pokemon amongst it, just nothing that's going to basically build you that particular team. And we see a Dagger pickup. Pelipper is on the side of Doodle Humper. Now, he could go for a couple of things. He were trying to build some kind of defensive core around it. He could also just be trying to go for some kind of weather interruption if he's really worried about that. But there might be some synergy that he's seen where he wants to make it work, and we'll have to see what Doodle can do, because these types of things are his specialty. QB Destroyers, Mr. Darkness. What is your pick? Now, funnily enough, a lot of people are going to pick up the PUNU squads before those PUNU bans come in, so I think this is a very good choice for the OU pickers. Again, we're just looking for power. I'm amazed that there's stuff like Weavile that's left up. Clefable is still left, like a Blow and Muck, Mega Pidgeot. All these Pokemon have just not been touched. Togekiss is actually going to be going in the hands of Darkness. Fairy in the hands of Darkness. Well, he is Fairy Pokemon. He is Darkness Fairy, so that is going to work out. Togekiss has always been known one of those annoying walls. There will be a lot of flinch hacking going on, and it does have some great special defense capabilities, even physically defensive capabilities because of its flying fairy typing, so very, very good. Alright. Coma. You have 2 picks, please. You will be picking your first Pokemon and your second Pokemon according to the draft. You have the double pick on the bottom of the list. He will be that one guy, Gamer. You know he will be. Clefable and Ambipom. Now, just as clarification, this pool was set up before Ambipom's usage was moved around. So this pickup PUNU is quite solid. The Ambipom is not too bad. Clefable is a very, very strong and viable Pokemon. It just has such great defensive capabilities and can even go offensive if it needed to, but it's just a really good defensive wall. So I'm sure Coma will be looking for that. We saw from practice that her playstyle tends to favor these types of bulky options, so that's going to be very good for her. And we'll see what she's going to make use of that with other things. Alright, going backwards. Here we go. QB Destroyers. You picked up a UU Poke. You could choose a PUNU or an RU Pokemon. What is your pick? We have the Togekiss. Togekiss can be paired with another defensive Pokemon if he wants to try and build that out of this pool. He could also just try and go aggressive. We are already predicting that Pool 1 is just going to be a lot of generic picks that might be solidified through Pool 2. We'll have to see what people are really prioritizing here. I'm amazed Weavile and stuff like that actually made it through Pick 1. Alolan Muck was not prioritized. Pidgeot wasn't prioritized. Even Beedrill wasn't prioritized. Very interesting. The Cinccino is being picked up. I see a pattern here. We have Togekiss, and then we're seeing a Cinccino. That is a lot of hacks, and I am looking forward to seeing what Darkness is going to be doing with this, because this is very much a Noob Gen 5-esque type of team, so good for him. Alaska to Raccoonids, Doodle Humper, you picked up Pelipper, a PUNU Pokemon, please. Also, again, thank you very much for using the app ProPokeBowl. It is actually helping quite a bit. Chat's not going quickly, but I am clicking 4 tabs at a time. I'm already getting a headache, and I haven't even done more than 10 minutes on stream. Haha. He is going Drampa. Okay. Drampa was a Pokemon that I did mention last night as being one of those not too bad of Pokemon. Normal Dragon type. Has some good offensive capabilities. It comes with Berserk. It also comes with Sap Sipper, so there's a little bit of flexibility in that with what he might want to do with it. But I'm curious to see. I think it also gets Hurricane, if I'm not mistaken. So I trust in Doodle. Let's see what he's going to do. Gamer, you picked up Suicune. You'll be picking a PUNU or RU Pokemon, please. Slurpuff. Formerly known... Where is that? PUNU or RU Pokemon. Slurpuff. I was going to say formerly known as an RU Pokemon. I'm an idiot. Slurpuff is actually a very good Billy Drum user. It does unfortunately... I mean, it's good as using a fairy move. Obviously, you have stuff like a Azumarill that's going to do a little bit better because, unfortunately, Slurpuff's weakness is one of those Pokemon that doesn't have any more flexibility with its types of attacks, so... kind of misses out a little bit on that, but otherwise... catching people off guard could be the answer that Gamer's looking for here. Lanakila Conquerors. Icy, you picked up Mamoswine, a PUNU or RU Pokemon, please. Well, there you go, Darkness. Hacks your way into the finals. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Shoutouts to Season 2. Oh, my... They stopped getting hot, so it doesn't show anymore on this. PUNU or RU, there's still quite a bit of things. I can't really say much because I can't, like, looking at the, It's not World Leader, it's Icy. No big deal. Take your time, man. I told everybody they can have up to a couple of minutes. Just try and keep it as fast as you can. No rush. It's really hard to tell from the first two, especially with a pool like this. So it's difficult to always tell. You can see certain... The only one I can really see is Darkness having that direction. And we're seeing Snorlax picked up. Alright. Snorlax, definitely being... What the heck? Why is that happening? Snorlax... one of those low-tier, bulky Pokemon that can kind of go aggressive. It can also just go Body Slam and be a pain in the ass with Resto Chesto. It can go Belly Drums. A few things it can do. Curious to see what he'll do with this. I think we have to see more of the team so far, considering that he's already built like a fighting weakness in it. I want to see what he's actually going to try and build out of the Snorlax and Mamoswine. Not looking for speed. He's looking for a bit of bulk. We can already see a difference between teams. World Leader, Stockton Thunderous, you picked up a Hippowdon. NU or RU, please? Unfortunate for the Thunderous. Well, particularly in Pool 1 Acrolance, this the PUNU pickups are interesting and stronger to an extent, but like the OU pool has been pinched so hard already, it's gonna have that problem. Flygon. Interesting. He's gone for this kind of sand build. I think he's gonna be reviving Dagger to an extent. Wanting to see that return to form, but it can work. I think we've seen something of this sort before, but I'm sure that, you know, World Leader plays similar to Dagger. He's going to be looking for that synergy, so we can already see there's going to be something going on here with those picks. Mitch, you already know you're up. Heatran. Where are you going? PUNU, friend. Slowking. Slowking has already got, like, next to perfect typing between the Heatran. That is a very strong pickup for Mitch. He's got the Water Psychic, and then he's got the Fire Steel picked up with it. Slowking could also go Trick Room and go offensive. Assault Vest, it's got the Regenerator. Very, very comfortable for Mitchie so far. He's already looking to have a lot of power on his team, so... Definitely sniping a good NU Pokemon, at least in my books. Suck-powered Sky Sharks. Oxum, you picked Are-You, which means you can pick anything you want. What is your pick? Now, funnily enough, Oxum actually has the ability to pick up a UU or an OU Pokemon here to go for it, so... I'm curious to see what she's going to be going with. I'm confused. Is it Hawlucha or no? Huh? Okay. Gamma banned for interfering. I mean, to be honest, Gligar's a pretty good Pokemon to pivot off of. It's just a good defensive Pokemon overall. You saw me use it in a mock pro Pokemon. It just had some good strength going with it, so... Well, Acrolite's just one of the Pokemon that we're kind of looking at and just really seeing where we can go with it, because there are some strengths that come from picking an OU or just going down the PU and you sniping them up before everyone has to go ban something, so... So the thing about Are-You is you kind of leave yourself an open plate to just basically add anything to it. But she could either play off the Gligar, she could also just go for something strong offensively. There's a lot of options here for Oxum to actually pick up here. Knowing Oxum's playstyle back when she played, it was a very aggressive playstyle, just straight out offense. Didn't really see any setup or anything like that. It was more or less the hyper-aggressive, shove your face into everything sort of team. Gligar is a different beast, let's say. Because it's kind of... bizarre. Mitchie picked up Slowking, Ivan. Tons of power left over. Come on, Oxum! Emma, T4, please help. I only call upon you because Gamma's the sub. So, of course, we have encouraged teamwork to work in this draft, so there's nothing wrong with that. We don't hate... I think the obvious choice is the Scrafty pickup. Especially when Slurpuff is picked up, I think Scrafty is the best Pokemon you could possibly take. Totally. Last time I checked Amma, there's like 5 moves that Weavile can use effectively. Usually it's Low Kick, Icicle Crash, Knock Off, and then either Ice Shard or... No, it's probably just Ice Shard now. I guess. The chat's saying what I'm thinking. Come on, Ox. Can't take that long. You gotta have a Pokemon to take. You have everything in the world to take from except Are-You. Relax, boys. Relax. Oxum actually needs the 2-minute timer. It's true. You good now? Oh, okay. Old Faith. Metagross? Is that coming in? Metagross is coming in. Now, Mega Metagross is banned. So, Oxum does not get to use that in this particular round, but she could still put it to good use for the most part, so that is a good pickup for her. See what she can do with that. Okeechobee Tauros Project. You picked up an OU. You are stuck to a PUNU pick, please. Awesome. It doesn't say that because it doesn't say that for Lucario either. If it's Ubers, it can't be used. Jellicent. Ooh. I like that pick. I really do like that pick. Jellicent's one of those Pokemon that's been forgotten because there's just so many better Scald users, and with the prevalence of knockoff, it just becomes very, very painful to try and make that work. I do like this pickup, though. That should be interesting. I'm curious to see what defensive mon he's thinking to put with that. All right, Ivan. Oh, God. I mean, to be fair, it's still a solid pick, Oxum, but I mean, that's not my fault if you don't know what an Uber is. Do it. Call hack. See if I care. Anyways. Wellington. Your pick first is an NU, and then you get to pick the third Pokemon. Unfortunately, Oxum, I did already call. If you put it in chat, it's your Pokemon. Metagross is still a good Pokemon. It's just... yeah, because it used to be. What's an Uber? It's a thingamajig. Yeah, it's specified that Pokemon are placed based on their megas, and if their megas are banned... You got... I'm assuming the three NUs that were picked up were the three that you were going to pick, so... Either way, Ox, you got 10 more pokes to go with. Don't worry about it. I would not worry. Now you know for next time. I don't know. Are there actually any officially unreleased megas? I don't think there are. That's why I originally had it, because some megas were not released. That was the original reason why we had that. Regardless, Ivan is sitting on with a Tangrowth. If he's looking for a defensive Pokemon to put with it, we could see something like maybe a Rhydon. He could just go for an offensive Pokemon. I could see something like maybe an Excelgor try and set him up. Knowing Ivan, he might go for something like Vaporeon or Turtonator. Like, he's going to be looking for some maybe Umbreon-ish if he's not going to get his hands on it. But he can also go for it. But he does end up going for the Rhydon. Look at that. He is going to pick it up, so I do agree with this. He has picked up a fairly solid core for himself, though both are more usually known as a physically defensive Pokemon. So he's going to end up and snipe up that Rhydon. Now it is Ivan's pick yet again. He can pick anything from anywhere. Knowing Ivan, he's probably going to go for something a little bit more mega aggressive. We could see a Sharpedo, he could go Weavile, Pidgeot. That seems to be kind of Ivan Pokemon. So let's see what he's going to be going with. Yeah, but World Leader, that was when Megas weren't released. Now Megas are released, so... I could take those off. Beep. That was from a season when 7th Gen had just released and they were putting Pokemon out, so... But either way, you know it's a mixed OU tournament, so if you pick up a Pokemon, you think it's an Uber. Lucario has been in multiple drafts, and no one's ever made the mistake of, oh, I didn't know I couldn't use Mega Lucario. So, I mean... I don't know. But yeah, Ivan, it's your pick again. Anything you'd like. So far, we've seen a few teams that have picked up a core. We see a defensive core here from the side of Ivan. Tangrowth just being a super solid Pokemon again with Rhydon. I think Ivan might go aggressive here. Might try and pick up some of those Pokemon. We've seen him use stuff like Tornadus T to great effectiveness, Manaphy, Terrakion, these Pokemon that can set up but can also just do a bunch of damage. He ends up going for more defense. He's going to go for the Cofagrigus. Interesting choices out of Ivan here. I mean, this was a Pokemon that he did use with the likes of Umbreon back in Season 2, so bringing out a championship poke for him. Let's see what move he's going to be going with here. Project, you are up. Okeechobee Tauros picking pick of the litter. I fixed it. I took the non-megas out. Oopsies. There we go. They're gone. Why would I label them? You're supposed to do research with this. Okay. Project threw us a curveball. He has gone for young Turt. The Turtonator is picked up. Now, quick story about this. A bunch of us tried it one night. It sucked. But maybe he knows how to use it. You never know. Oh my god, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Why is that? Why is this being a bitch? Don't do it. There we go. Thank you. So he's going to go for the Turtonator, which means he can pick from anything else. This could just be a strategy for him to try and pick up other stuff here. Alright, Oxum, you can pick anything you like. Anything at all. Shut up, Diego. You were the one who says it sucks. You were there. You said it. So, Coma, you will actually ban after your next pick, okay? You will get that. You will actually start the bans, because the bans go 1 to 10 and then 10 to 1. So after your third Pokemon pick, you ban, and then we go back to you to do your pick. So you get last pick of third pick, then you get first ban of second ban, and then you get first pick of fourth pick, so... Either way, what do we got going on here? Acrolines, calm down, man. Relax. We have... Keep in mind, guys... If you can't handle 2 hours on a draft night, you have to be able to handle a maybe 4 to 5 hour battle time during the actual battle day. So you should not be complaining that you are not free. You should not be joining the tournament if you do not have 4 to 5 hours to give Wednesday nights. I'm not saying any other day, but, like, I told you it's a giant time investment. So... I didn't make a misleading sheet. It depends, Coma. Back in the day, it used to be up to 3rd gen. Only the good fire attackers were because of the special split. Special physical split was made on types. Now we have a lot of good offensive fire Pokemon. We've got Dramatitan in Pool 2. In this one, we have Talonflame as a good physically attacker. Camerupt, if you wanted to make it mixed, it's usually not the case. Pyroar's a special attacker. Like, there's a lot of cool new Pokemon in this. I'm really excited. Yeah. Technically, we also made, that was in 3rd gen and below. Fire was only a special attack, because they only did it based on the typings. The simple way that someone taught me was if you take all the evolutions plus Dragon, those were all the special attackers in 3rd gen and below. And then everything else was a physical attack. We've made a mistake in the past where someone locked in a typing and I messed up with the tiering, and they still kept the Pokemon, right? That's just a mistake on my side. So, either way. Weavile! There's fire. Wow, that actually made it really far through a lot of people. This is an Oxum Pokemon, very aggressive. I'm curious to see how she's going to put good use to it. Because, I mean, Weavile just has a lot of power to it. We were talking about, it's not necessarily like a Pokemon that wins, wins on its own. It's definitely a cleanup poke, like a Pokemon as an example with what Mitch did, or what Rich did last season, where he basically just used the cleanup Pokemon once they're all weakened down. Mitchie, you better be quick, man. It's your turn. But, yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon that can clean up after all the damage has been done. That seems like something Oxum could use. Because she's usually just ramming face, it works well with that. The Beedrill is picked up by Mitchie. So he's got his offensive core. He's got everything he wants defensively. Now he's going to be picking up a little bit of an offensive threat here. Mega Beedrill, another one of those Pokemon that can set up or kill it by itself. Let's see what he does with it overall. Stockton Thunderous. Your pick, please. Keep in mind, guys, after this, you will be doing bans. Lucario is already picked up. A nice pickup there for World Leader. Certainly not Infernape, but he can still put Fire Punch on it, I think. No, I think it learns Blaze Kick. He can put Blaze Kick on it, ladies and gentlemen. But Lucario has been one of those Pokemon that's kind of fallen off the face of the earth as a result of the fact that, one, you don't have the Megas, but also it's just his typing doesn't really help much. But Steel typing can still be good against any Fairy threats and the like, so let's see what World Leader can do with it. It's mostly just let's see, right? Lanakila Conquerors. Anything you like, friend. A lot of people wanted Lucario? Interesting. Wow, you just told Mitch to go eat a burnt Frito? You can't talk shit like that. You just can't say that. Anyways, what is your pick, Icy? You can pick anything, Icy. This is your time to pick up anything you'd like. This is on the odd number. Odd number is always any Pokemon you'd like. Galvantula, okay, hey, finally, we got a Sticky Web pickup. There are a couple Pokemon in this that can actually run Sticky Web. Galvantula being the arguably more aggressive and better of the 2 or 3, because it usually just runs it on its moveset and doesn't have to worry about anything else with that. So that's pretty good for helping already with the Mamoswine being slower. I think Sticky Web's a good pairing with Mamoswine, so I like that pickup by Icy. Sarasota Suicunes, Gamer. Anything you'd like, friend? He's got the Suicune himself and the Slurpuff. Where is the pool? Pool 1 is right here. Damn, man, you know that this is the actual ProPokeBowl, right? But nonetheless, I'll give you the pool here. Slurpuff does get Sticky Web, but I don't know if it... Well, you know what? It probably could run it on its moveset, considering it ran, like, what? Return and Play Rough and Belly Drum. So it could technically run it. That's not a bad idea. Okay, Hawlucha is in. I'm assuming he means Hawlucha. I like how this is all very, dramatic. I'm curious. But Hawlucha has come in. We saw Diego use it. It definitely needed a proper setup. It didn't help him in necessarily every situation, particularly since you have, like, Acrobatics and Mental Herb. This is Sky Attack, apparently. But he will be picking up some power for himself. There's already going with 2 very predictable and offensive Pokemon, so what else is he going to be bringing out? We'll find out after the Alaskan Araquanids pick up their next Pokemon, please. He is grabbing his Araquanid. Now, it's not actually that big of a joke. Araquanid is, like... It's got a niche. It's got very good special defense. It's also just got Water Bubble and Water Absorb, I think? Is it Safety Bubble or Water Bubble on top of that? It basically has a good time against Fire types. So, if Doodle has something in mind with it, he could use it. But it is just a decent Pokemon that can use Liquidation, Leech Life, and just has good special defense. So, he could put that to good use and just go from there. Kyuubi Destroyers. Mr. Darkness is going to pick up Yanmega. Interesting choice. I do feel like with the power in this... With the power left in the tier, that there's not that much. I wouldn't expect Yanmega to actually be something that's picked up this early, but I thought it'd be more of like a cleanup on the way out type of Pokemon. But nonetheless, he says that he can use it. Let's see what he's going to do with it. Also has free picking after this, so should be neat. Okay, so Coma, you have a couple of things you need to do. You need to tell me the Pokemon you are picking first, then the Pokemon you are banning. The first one you say is your pick, which is of anything. The second one you say is your ban. Keep in mind, you did ban an OU Pokemon, so you must ban a PUNU Pokemon, please. Alright, and Fernape is picked up by Coma. Does want to have that nice, physically offensive fire Pokemon. Definitely going to make it work for herself. And now, what is your ban? You must ban a PUNU Pokemon. Unfortunately, most of it has already been scooped up, or many people are probably not going to be worrying about it, but we're just going to have to go with that. So keep in mind, we'll be banning from 10 to 1, and then we'll be going back to Coma for first pick of the second half for the fourth pick. So just keep in mind, we're going to be going double reverse backing right now. I have no idea what you just said, Coma. I have no co-commentators. I'm a one-man show and it sucks sometimes. Scrafty is being banned out. Now, funnily enough, I mean, Fairy ends up destroying it. But most times, more times than not, we are going to see that, you know, it can do some things if you try and get it on a team. But most times, you're just not going to be able to get it going through. Regardless, it does offer some DD support. It has natural cure and all stuff, bulk up, that sort of thing. So, it's not half bad to get rid of. Darkness. You banned OU, you must ban PUNU, please. Virizion is actually taken out. Interesting, that is one of the more power picks that I did notice in PUNU, so that thing is not going to be enjoyed. Unfortunate. Alaskan Arachnids, you banned OU, please ban a PUNU. We're just going to leave Coma's team up for now. Actually, let's do this. Boop. Arachnids banned Porygon Z last time. Let's see what else he wants gone. Excelgor, yep. Suicide Lead, also just a Suicide Choice Scarf Final Gambit Pokemon for World Leader, and I'm guessing he doesn't want to deal with that. Remembers that stuff. Sarasota Suicunes, you banned OU last time. Please ban a PUNU Pokemon. Yeah, Nathan made it very clear he's gonna be doing that. Vaporeon is taken out, yeah. So some of these Pokemon we actually thought were going to be kind of scooped up earlier, now just being banned out. And I think it's a perfect idea to get rid of these Pokemon while they're still there and while people are still trying to finish off their last 3 picks. So force them onto even worse Pokemon and make them really rely on their Pool 2 picks. Icy, you banned Lele last time. You must ban an NU Pokemon, please. Still a lot of threats left in the PUNU tier, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it is really reducing it down to those Pokemon that are easily exploitable. Their typing isn't that great, so either way, some people are going to be coming out with some Pokemon they're going to try and trade through. I do expect a lot of Pokemon being traded up to try and be grabbed from the trade pool early on, but Vanillux, no Snow Warning there, wants it gone. Interesting choice for that type of ban, but obviously doesn't want to have any of that chip damage going on him. Stockton Thundurus, you banned Latias. The Latias. Your NU pick, please, for banning. Well, there you go, Darkness. Even if you build that many variations, as long as what you originally planned goes through and you like it, that's all you want. He's talking about giving Nubits for the MVP award. Oh no, Doodles. Snow Team? How the hell is that a Snow Team? You're gonna go Hail Pelipper? He's gonna go Keen-Eye Hail Pelipper. Takes out Typhlosion. Typhlosion, it's still got its good uses. It has it has a decent move set for what it can use. It's just, again, it's normal fire. Offensively, it doesn't have dual typing to go with double stab. It's alright at best. Mitch, your ban, please. You banned Hoopa Unbound. Torkoal is gone. No Sunergy going through. Weather just kind of being shat on right now. We've basically seen all 4 Weather go through in some way, shape, or form. So, leaving it to Powdon and Pelipper. That's pretty much it. Sock Power Sky Sharks, you ban Zygarde. Please ban a PUNU Pokemon. Awesome. Doug Trio. Now, funnily enough, the reason why Doug Trio is down here is it does not have access to Sand Trap or Arena Trap anymore. But some people were looking through it and pretty much figured it's still a fast Pokemon, still has Earthquake, still a Sucker Punch, Memento, setups type of thing, which we've seen Doug Trio do in the past. Just unfortunately doesn't get to use the Arena Trap as much anymore, but it is gone. Okeechobee Tauros, you banned Volcanion, which means that you can ban a PUNU or an RU Pokemon. What is your ban, Project? Necrozma. See, that's... Banning the Volcanion does lead to the Necrozma. We saw Inert Fury put great use to that Necrozma. He also had no choice, but he had it on his team. But he still made it work quite well, so... He is going to be getting rid of that. Doesn't want to have to deal with it. Ivan W. Wellington, you banned Blacephalon. Your NU ban, please. And then it will be coming back to you, Coma, for you to pick after your Infernape. So PUNU or RU. After Ivan's ban, you'll be picking after you. You'll be picking back for the 4th one. I love this music. This is always the draft music, by the way, guys. We don't change it. Frostlass is gone. Another one of those suicide leads. We actually talked about that first and foremost last night when we looked at the pools and tried to find some of those shining glimmers of decent crap you could pick up. There goes a decent crap. Ivan has killed it. Well done, Ivan. All right. Back to the team tracking. Coma. You selected Infernape, which means you must now pick a PUNU or RU Pokemon. What is your choice? Starting to see some directions here. I like what Coma's done. Kept it very generic. Has a Fake-Out Pokemon, has an offensive Pokemon, has a defensive Pokemon, which means in Draft 2, she could definitely try and solidify everything she's going to be doing, so... Is that a Rampardos pickup? I think she said Rampardos. Rampardos is being sucked up here. Interesting. Rampardos being that super slow, but, you know, kind of has really high attack and wants to just ram its face into you Pokemon. So, I like it. It's not a Samurott. It actually, I do see this having some good stuff. So, I'm excited to see her play it. Kyuubi Destroyers, Darkness, you picked up Yanmega. It was an RU Pokemon. Please select anything but RU. You have NU and UU left. So far, his team looking also slightly generic. Has a lot of hacks going with it. But, regardless... I mean, Cinccino can go King's Rock, but it can also go Choice Band. I really do like the Choice Band build. But he is going to be going Aggron. I like this. A little bit of a fatter Pokemon to actually, wait, Aggron is UU, right. He picked up RU, he can do it. Aggron, very fat Pokemon, pure steel type filter with its Mega Evolution. Will be going strong for him, so he is going to be taking that for himself. Doodle, you picked up an RU Pokemon. PUNU or UU, please. That's very true. Samurott is a very special snowflake. At this point, the flexibility of what Doodle's gone with, he is going to be going Muckalolan form. Finally. God. This Pokemon's been sitting there for a little too long for comfort, just like the Weavile was. It is being scooped up. Now, having said that, there were other priorities, but this is a Pokemon that's definitely going to help Doodle. Sits with his nice bulky playstyle, has the offense next to it, very much going to be sitting well with him. He's got a good typing going on here with what type of core he's actually trying to build, so I'm liking it. This is a very strong draft from Doodle so far. Suicunes! Mr. Gamer, you picked up Hawlucha, you need an NU Pokemon, please. Ah, Klinklang. Okay, so Klinklang is similar to the situation of Slurpuff to an extent. Doesn't have great moves to switch up its attacks and stuff like that. It has the Volt Switch. It has a special set it can go. It has the Shift Gear, Grind Gear attack. Oh my god, I can't even remember what that's called. But it has the capability to just be decent against maybe Fairy types. But it's not that bad of a Pokemon defensively either, so it's just kind of in that same spot where it just doesn't do enough. But it's not horrible either, so it'll be okay for him at best to try and make something work with that. It could also just be a pickup to throw us off and trade for later, who knows. Conquerors. Icy, you picked up Galvantula. You can pick NU or UU, please. Wow. Wow. Thanks, man. I wanted to thank everyone for coming out and watching so far. Definitely it's been enjoying seeing these teams. You can definitely see patterns already now coming out a little bit of your teams, which is cool because the draft did not look that great until draft pool number 2. So some people are definitely getting some good builds for themselves already, and then we really have to see the teams come together. It should be super interesting. You can pick NU or UU, I see. Put the team name. It says it literally on the Redeem Newbits part. It says put team name. Good God, man. It's like nobody watches or reads. Seriously. Anyways. NU or UU? Looking at his team, there are a couple of things I can see he could go, maybe to try and solidify some of the weaknesses he has. If he wants to go kind of offensive, something like Pidgeot or Starmie could do decently. Like, Starmie's also one of those Pokemon that kind of goes slightly defensive with some like Camouflage, or, well, I don't know why you do it, but you could. Seismitoad is still available, which is a good setup poke for the Stealth Rocks. Just Ground and Water is a very good typing as well. He does have to be a little bit careful about the Fighting Rock sort of weakness he's setting himself up to be. He doesn't have any resistance for that, so Seismitoad could help a little bit with that. Altaria is still out there. He doesn't have a Mega yet. There's things like that. He could also go to likes of Sigilif. Well, not Jumpluff, but he could go to likes of Sigilif here. Even Mismagius isn't like the worst possible thing he could pick up. There is also the Aromatisse, but he does end up picking that Picton Pidgeot. Wants that power. It gets super annoying when you have a 100% accurate Hurricane flying at your face over and over and over again. So he is going to go ahead and scoop that up for himself. World Leader. You picked up a UU last time. PUNU or RU, please. I've always been interested in how people see the strengths of these Pokemon, and it's going to be cool to see how they're actually going to try and play them out. So let's see what they can do. Bronzong, he is going all in on this sand core. It could just be kind of a... this is like his pseudo sand thing that he wants to do for himself. But Bronzong, we saw it use great effectiveness with Lord Scrimington back in Season 3. It's still a very good Pokemon to set up rocks. Has the Gyro Ball threat, which can do a lot of damage to a lot of fast Pokemon. And just has really great defensive and special defensive typings. And the typing itself is not the worst thing in the world either, so I like it. Sometimes prone to being set up, it can run Explosion. Also has access to Heat Proof, which can troll some people. So see what's going to be going on with that. Mitch, you know what? PU or RU, he is going to go the Shaman. There is your Fire, Water, Grass, Bread and Butter, Diego Bitchery. Right there. This can also go offensive. So the funny thing about what Mitchie's doing here is he can go both aggressive and defensive with these typings. He's got the Slowking, Shaman, Heatran core, which means he's just going to be able to switch out status with the Shaman. Can go into another Pokemon's going to complement. Very similar to what Diego ran with the Celatran, Gastrodon core. So he's going to be making good use of that. I like what he's picked up here. Awesome! You picked up an OU. You need an NU Pokemon, please. So far in true Oxum style, we see some really, really heavily offensive Pokemon. Which is good. But she's going to go to Ludicolo, so I like this pickup. Some people think you have to use it with Rain. That is not the case. Oh my god. Crap. You do not have to use Ludicolo with the Rain. It could still be run as something like an Assault Vest user. It can have just straight up Life Orb. It's got Grass Water typing, which is good offensively. Also has access to Ice Beam. This Pokemon itself is a fairly solid pickup for an NU Pokemon. Plus its typing doesn't even offer that much weakness to it, per se. Okeechobee Tauros been very quiet. Project is kind of sitting there thinking about his picks, but he did go NU. What is your pick? He ends up going for the Altaria. Now, Altaria, again, similar to something like Slurpuff and things like that, it has kind of one or two directions to it, so it has kind of fallen out of favor. Plus, it's Dragon Fairy. It still gets wrecked by the Fairy types. Having said that, though, it is a very, very strong Pokemon if set up correctly with something like the Cotton Guard or the Dragon Dance. Can also go special to an extent, can go mixed. There's a few things that this Altaria can do, and I think it's going to be kind of solidifying at least an option for Project if he's trying to look for something here to work with his team. There could be some synergies we haven't really seen yet. Going to Ivan. Ivan, you get the fourth pick, which is an NU or UU Pokemon, and then pick anything you'd like, please. So NU or UU pick first, then followed up by anything else you'd like. He can go double UU here, and looking at his team, he's getting very close to what he wanted in Season 2. It's looking quite good. I could see something like a Hydreigon coming out, or maybe just goes for something along the lines of a Glalie, Starmie. At this point, he can't pick it up yet until he does it on his fifth pick, which will affect it, but he could go UU back to RU and have another pick of anything he wants. So there's going to be a lot of strengths. No big deal, Icy. Thanks for letting me know. I remember the Cotton Guard. It was a moveset that was running through at some points. Not very well, but no problem, Ivan. You got your two. But he's got a lot of things he can go. If he wants to keep going with the defensive train, he could go something along the lines of Seismitoad and then go back and pivot for something like Florge. He could build himself a super, super defensive team like he made work with the Tornadus T back in Season 2. So he's picked up Rhydon. I don't see Rhyperior being prioritized by him. He could go Kritra, even though Kritra was nerfed as a result of the fact that the crit damage numbers were actually wrong on Showdown for the longest time, so... But, I mean, it could be denying from Doodle. There are a few options he can go here. He's built himself a really good team. He can even go Blastoise if he wanted to, just for that little bit of stronger option. Or, in true Ivan style, where he takes really annoying defensive core, which is no big deal, Sigilif is also an option. And it pseudo fits in with the Cofagrigus and Tangrowth. He'll have a little bit of a dark weakness, but he is going to end up going for Hydreigon. There it is. That's what's going to cover it up right there, he says. I don't care about the weakness with the Fairy. I'm going to go for it. So he's going to pick up the Hydreigon. And now you can pick up anything you'd like, Ivan. Anything from any tier yet again. I'm liking this. This is Ivan's style. It's definitely something that I know he can play well, and it should get strong over time. I'm interested to see what he's going to be mixing it with the other pool, because if there's more power, he's already... Believe it or not, I think Ivan has actually picked up a lot of power similar to Mitch, and even Darkness has picked up some really good Pokemon here. Those really stand out in my mind, but particularly for Mitch and Ivan, they're picking out comps that are already good for them. Again, this is the experience shining through multiple seasons of drafting, knowing the metagame a little bit better and what they want to do with their playstyles. This is looking very good, and I'm really happy with what Ivan's doing here. He's getting a lot more than I think he got in Season 3, so... It also helps to be first pick, but that's the way it's going to go. Oh my god, are you just, like, spamming these off? I gotta make sure they're going through. They are perfect. What will Ivan... Again, he's got access to everything here. If he wants to go even more offensively, or even just pick up something like a Seismitoad, he's got the Rhydon, so I don't think he might do it. He could go even Galissa, but I still think Blastoise wouldn't be even that horrid on this team. Glalie, something offensive, or even, you know, Assault Vest Clawitzer might be able to do something like that. There's a few things he can go with here, but I do think it's a fairly bulky team. He's probably going to go offensive here. He could go Roserade. I don't know if he'd go Roserade. Maybe Camerupt. No, maybe not. I don't know. It's quite open. Honchkrow, maybe? Moltres? Yeah, I was just thinking that duel. Maybe Moltres would be something that would be going on here. Talonflame could be another option, despite its nerfs. You know what? Starmie would be very interesting to see, too. I think Starmie might be a really good, strong water type that he could mix on this team already. Would cover up a bit of weaknesses, and then he's also got the weaknesses to get covered up by the likes of Tangrowth and things like that. There's a lot. I like this. There's very good pivoting here for Ivan. I'll be right back. I gotta check something. Alright, homemade mac and cheese is not ready yet. I apologize, guys. Coma, I'll go over the team as I go through it while we wait for Ivan's pick here. Yours was over here. I do think you're getting Pokemon that's going to make it a lot easier for you to team build this time, Coma. I think what was happening before in the practices was making it really easy for you. Or making it really difficult for you to be exploited. You have a Clefable, which can go well with almost any defensive Pokemon you pick up with it. And Infernape is just another strong choice. Yeah, it's still Ivan. Where are you, Ivan? See, you guys tell me that you do nothing with 15 minutes. I don't know about that. I know things get sniped, but you have a week or so-ish. You know, not everybody has a week. That's why I give that time, but, you know. You can't pick me, Ivan. I am not a Pokemon. And if I am, I'm definitely anything goes. That's like the worst dateline you could ever go. If I was a Pokemon, anything goes. Anyways. Glalie, wow, actually, hey, I pseudo-called it. He is going to pick up the Glalie. Okay, this is also a good offensive Pokemon that I do see Ivan using. He has used Glalie Season 1 when he came in with it, but he's got the pivot again. He went the UU, then straight to RU to keep going with that. I like this pick. The Tauros, Mr. Project. Plotting away without talking in chat. No big deal, not calling you out, just saying. But he is going to be picking number 5. Anything you'd like, friend. Ow. Roserade. Okay, another RU pickup. Keeps it flexible, but I also think that Roserade... Pseudo, I actually do like it on his team. It looks like it could fit. Looks like it could fit with maybe somewhat of an offensive, but, I mean, like, Roserade's one of those weird offensive, defensive, all those types, like, generalist type of Pokemon which can carry toxic spikes and stuff like that. So it could be a bit of support for his team. His team does look a little bit low on support right now, so I could see what's going on there. Awesome! Stock Powered Sky Sharks. Pick anything you like, please. You can pick Are You After You, yes. At this point, the only way you can screw your... Actually, you know what? No matter what you pick, you get choice of the other two, so there's nothing really messing you up here. Ooh, a Talonflame. That's offense at its finest right there. Oops, what is that? Talonflame, unfortunately, nerfed from Gen 6, but can carry the likes of Will-O-Wisp and just has Brave Bird and Flare Blitz. Like, this Pokemon just hurts for the most part, so I'm liking it. I definitely think that she's done a good job so far with this offense. Of course, she's really looking to do a bit frail, but that's where Metagross and Gligar kind of come in and clean up a little bit. Mitch. Sharpedo. Ooh. So he's got 2 Megas on his team right now. Having said that, Sharpedo is not necessarily the worst without its Mega. It's okay. It's got good stats for it. That's why it's also BL2. But he could easily switch it up. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having the 2 Megas in the office. There's many differences between the typings of the Water Arc and the Bug Poison. So that can help him really solidify what Pokemon's coming in. Similar to what he did with the Mega Manectric before with his triple defensive core, right? He's building something very similarly, except now he's having more options. So that's pretty good for Mitch's side here. Thundurus, Mr. World Leader. Your pick, please. Oh, never mind. He picked it up. Oh my god, he's getting the Empoleon. Look at that. Empoleon surprisingly left up. But then again, you know what? Not fitting on a lot of people's teams after what they drafted because it just shows even more and more of the same weakness. So World Leader's actually in a good spot here to pick it up. And I mean, it's all working around Hippowdon. I just see a straight sand core being built here for World Leader. Super cool, but I mean, it's going to work out for him. It's a style that he probably understands. And I mean, in VGC, this type of thing can be seen too. So he's got 3 steel types and 2 ground types. Welcome to Daggerdrome Season 1, baby. He wants to be up there being that legendary sand user. Can he do it, though? I don't know. Conquerors, Mr. Icy. You can pick anything you like, please. Leftover grab types are Jumpluff, Blossom, Delmise. That's it. There's only 3 grass types left. Shaman was the strongest one out of all of those. Pyro. Ooh. Yes. New Pokemon into this. Actually ends up going for Pyroar. Pyroar, normal fire type. Has dual stab in the forms of Fire Blast and Hyper Voice. Unfortunately, it doesn't really... It has good speed, too. It just doesn't really do much outside of what it has with that dual typing. Yeah. Okay. So, not too bad. I like it. I think it's a decent pickup with whatever's left here. But he's also probably just going to watch to see what he can grab up later on. He has some plan in mind. I'm really liking it. It almost seems like he's picking Pokemon that work well with Sticky Web because of their odd speed numbers. So, that's what I can identify from this. Sarasota Suicunes. Mr. Gamer, also keep it a little quiet there. Anything you like, friend. Moltres, Valor, get out of here. Anyways. He's going to end up going for Moltres. Moltres, offensively, can be defensive. Offers some good utility here with the likes of the Hurricane, Fire Blast, all the other stuff. It has some good stats as well to be offensive. Most people shulk it off because they see the times for weakness to rocks, and you know, it as a defensive Pokemon is not like Talonflame, but Talonflame's got the speed with the Will-O-Wisp and can just stay very, very offensive, whereas Moltres has to mostly rely on more inaccurate moves. But we'll see if he can make that work on his team. I think he can also defog. He has nothing else on his team. I think Suicune learns defog too, but we'll see what he can do with it. Doodle Humper. I don't know why I said it like that. My voice is already blowing out. I was drinking tea too. What the hell? Damn it. Doodle, anything you like, friend. Ampharos. Oh, dear God. We're firing him off. Let's go with it. He's taking the Ampharos. It's a good Mega Pokemon. It can, it's got the Electric Dragon Stab. Not really known much else, but I mean, if he wants to run it with something future, if he's trying to go, I almost feel like he's going really slow here. A Trick Room team could be in his future, but he is going to just be going for that, and Darkness is going to be scooping up. Mega Ampharos is RU. Whoa, wait, Darkness is going... If it changed to UU, it didn't change. If it changed then, it wasn't changed when I drafted it. Remember, the Ambipom is NU, now it's UU. It could have been changed with the February tier shifts, but the drafts were handed out before that, so... Alright, so we've got Darkness here going Blossom. Blossom not really known much for anything outside of its Swords Dance set, but... Oh my god, what? Blossom. But, maybe it has aromatherapy? I've never actually looked at it, but Beartix I've already given my thing, and they're going straight into this with the Seismitoad and... oh my god, that is a freaking fantastic take for Coma. That is going to give her the final power from pool number 1. Seismitoad and Delmise. I'm liking it. Seismitoad, I'm surprised, has made it this far as well, but again, most teams don't look like they could really use it, or if they did... They kind of dug themselves in a hole without it because, hey, I'm really liking the fact Delmise has an interesting ability in Steelworker, which gives it triple stab, Ghost Grass, and Steel. Not the greatest type coverage, but still gives quite a bit of power with it and can run with it. Seismitoad just being that really good offensive defensive Pokemon. That's gonna sell it for Coma's first half of the draft. All right, Darkness, you picked up he's going Rhyperior. We're done with playing games. The Pokemon you can see are definitely ringing through right now. So, Rhyperior being picked up for Darkness. That's a fairly solid team for him. Again, questioning the Blossom, but trying to maybe leave himself open here. You could have picked up something a little bit stronger like Azelf to maybe trade for later. At this point, with all this leftover Pokemon, you could just use it as trade fodder, but people are not taking advantage of that per se. We'll see if anyone will do that. Doodle! You picked up an RU. You need NU or UU, please. He is going to go Kingdra. Actually gets it at the very frick... Wait, you can't go Kingdra. You cannot go Kingdra, friend. Oops. Kingdra's RU to RU. You cannot do it. Nice try. Did Ampharos actually change over? Let's see. I want to see this. Wait. It's RU. What are you people talking about? It's an RU pick, guys. Oh, you literally can't see it. It's an RU Pokemon. Get out of here. Ay. Nah, it's dropped since then. Go into Showdown, Oxum. You can just type their name and you'll see it. Caracosta. Okay, another Pokemon that has Swift Swim. This can synergize well. I'm liking it. Because Doodle's basically built himself a rain team, ladies and gentlemen. Dagger Season 1 and Season 3 have both been built. The Sand and now the Rain comp. So he's going straight with Doodle, knowing exactly what he wants to play. Gamer, you are up, friend. What is your final pick for this? You might be checking in the wrong generation, Dan, man. It does get Quiver Dance? Really? I think Blossom doesn't get that much coverage, so... Azelf. Okay, so he ends up picking up a good Suicide Lead, or just a good Pokemon that's very fast, sets itself up, wants to get pokes going here. And that's going to be his team right there. Very, very... I don't know how I feel about his draft per se, but there definitely is some good stuff going there. Some unidimensional stuff, like Slurpuff and Klinklang, but otherwise he has some Pokemon that could set him up for maybe draft to success. Icy, you picked up an NU. I need an RU or a UU from you, please. He can't baton pass Quiver Dance anyways. And it's Icy that picks up the Kingdra, so he doesn't have the rain to abuse it with, but he does have the Critdra that he can possibly use. And I actually like this from Icy. I still think that he's got a decent comp coming out of here. He's got some good offensive Pokemon. Just some of the... Like, he's got the Mamoswine, he's got the Pidgeot, which is really strong. Then he's got stuff like the Kingdra and the Galvantula, which is going to support it. So, again, the Sticky Web really going to be helping with these Pokemon. I'm liking what he's done here. It's a Sticky Web synergistic type of draft. Thunderous, World Leader. Your final pick, please. You picked up a UU, which means you need to pick up an NU or an RU. Also, Kingdra being good against Doodle. And not making sure that he can pick it up in a trade afterwards. You have to keep that in mind, too. People could be picking up Pokemon to deny trades, or try and use it as leverage to get certain trades from people, so... He is gonna go kill... Oh my god. Okay. He's got 3 ground types and 3 steel types. But he's got what you can basically call the most... possible sand team-ish type of comp you could possibly build, but like, I'm not talking just having 2 or 3 Pokemon that work with sand. Like, his whole team works with sand. Enough said. Anyways, Warriors. Mitch went Sharpedo. Your NU or RU draft, please. And what we're going to be doing, guys, is my dinner is now ready, so I'm still going to give you the 10 minutes for Pool 2 instead of doing the 5 and 5. We'll try it next time, but I need time to organize and eat. I am getting really tired. I need the food, so. He could have also gone with Sigilith, but I feel like there's just a much better option here for him just to go with the full Meme Dream Sand team. Ooh, Tyrantrum. Okay, so Tyrantrum being picked up here for Mitchie. It is a good Pokemon. It does have the Rock Head, so it's going to be doing a lot of damage. Choice Band also has access to Strong Jaw, which can give it some of the Elemental Fang types. So I think that's pretty good in terms of what strength is left in the tier that he has access to pick up between the NU and RU tier. So that's going to be pretty decent for him to finish off what he's going to be looking for in the next pool. Sky Sharks, you went Talonflame, so you need an NU or RU Pokemon. Dawnfan, there we go. Alright, so she has a double option here for the difference between Gligar and Dawnfan. Or it could just be denying all those Pokemon in general, but she does have a good defensive... She has a pretty decent defensive line she can go with. Why did I not take one? Okay, there we go. That was weird. She does have a defensive line that she can choose between, depending on what she's going to pick up in Pool 2, so that ends up working out. Okeechobee Toros, Mr. Project. You picked RU. You need an NU or UU poke, please. Take a look at his team. NU or UU poke. He's got some good typing going on here. I could see something like Absol coming in. He doesn't... I was thinking Crawdon. Didn't know if he'd go for it, but he does end up going for it. So Crawdon being taken here. Crawdon has some good stuff going with it now that it has adaptability, which just gives it really strong dual stab. Its issue is usually its speed, but it looks like he does have some kind of setup here for Trick Room if you wanted to go with it. If you could find anything that'll do that, but Just a really good choice band Pokemon. Has also access to Dragon Dance, and adaptability again has made this Pokemon quite strong. But we're getting to that time, ladies and gentlemen. Last but not least, Mr. Ivan W. Wellington picked up the Glalie. He has NU or UU to pick from. I think this is when we see the Starmie pick up. I do feel like that would be a Pokemon that would complete his team. He could go something in the likes of Sigilyph as well, but I do think he's going to try and get that. I think he is going to go grab. Maybe, he could grab Aromatisse, just try and finish off a super defensive core, but I do think he needs to go a little more offensive here, which might make Starmie that pick. Having said that, Cofagrigus gets like Trick or Nasty Plot, but I'm saying in terms of more speedy offense. Just based on what he's done, he's got 3 defensive, and now he's probably going for 3 offensive. So he could even go something like Vivillon. Knowing Ivan, he can make it work. Probably not Como. I'll talk about the teams after all of it, because I need to eat. And this is going a little bit longer than I expected, so... World Leader, if you PM it to somebody, hopefully they can cover for you. Just gotta let me know who's doing it. I think... Who was covering for Icy? Was it Icy had to be covered for to take care of his pet? It is going to be Starmie. There it is. Fairly predictable, not in a bad way, but it has its clear direction for Ivan to pick up another offensive Pokemon. I mean, Starmie is not a bad offensive Pokemon by any means, has access to good stuff. That's an Ivan comp, as strong as it can possibly get. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's Pool 1 in a nutshell for you right there. You can take a look at the teams down below. These Pokemon will all be transferred over to the trade pool after we are done tonight. Of course, you cannot make any trades during Pool 1. Or, sorry, before... Oh, God. You cannot make any trades before Week 1. There we go. Was that so hard, Mike? Was that hard? No, noob. See, thank you for talking to me, Mike. I sound crazy now. Anyways, that's the first 6 for everybody. We will erase these. Let's get the re-randomization going here. We'll get you the things up, and we'll give you another 10 minutes to go for it. Draft pool number 2 is up, over, and here right now. Re-randomizing. Here we go. Unfrickin' believable. Wellington is going to get the double first pick. That's insane. So it is going to be W. Wellington, followed up by the QB Destroyers, the Alaskan Arachnids, the Stockton Thunderous, Boston Bearticks, Stock Power Sky Sharks, Pichu Warriors shoved to 7th, Sarasota Suicunes, Lanakila Conquerors, and the Okeechobee Toros. Following up the end, you guys will have 10 minutes to do the banning. Remember, we're going to be banning first, following up with the picks. We're on to a lot more power now, so I'm very curious to see what people are going to be doing. Good luck, guys. Here we go. Just letting you guys, you have about a minute left. And I have about a minute left to swallow and not die on this mac and cheese. Homemade mac and cheese, buddy. Oh, goat cheese, baby. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. My face, the team tracker. Let's get going on this. Pool number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Starting with, yet again, Mr. Ivan getting the double first luck. What is your first band, please? Excadrill is gone. I did not expect that Pokemon to get through, mainly because maybe World Leader might be trying to go for it. But the other thing is, it's just a really, really good Pokemon. Sort of flexible. It's got the Rapid Spin support. It's got Steel and Ground. Does a bunch of stuff. Yes, it is, Danielle. Oh my god. Sorry, Anyways. QB Destroyers, Darkness, you are second, friend. What are you banning? Alomomola. We don't want to see that thing in this tournament again. I don't think anybody wants to deal with a Pokemon like that. It is gone. Again, it is easy to set up on it, but it is a really big pain in the ass for people with the Wish support and stuff like that. Araquanid's Doodle Humper. Your ban. Now, the thing that we talked about last night in Pool 2, it's loaded full of threats. This is going to be a strong draft for everyone, so I'm basically going to be saying, man, this guy's got good stuff non-stop, because everybody's going to have good stuff. Everybody. Ooh, okay, Zygarde 10% banned. Interesting, I know it's fairly strong, but I did not expect that to be a ban. Maybe just a pick that would strengthen somebody up, but alright. It's gone. Stockton Thundurus, the cover for Acrolance, I think Acrolance? Is this Acrolance for World Leader? The ban, please, for the Stockton Thundurus. Dragon dog thingy. Like, there's just so many things. You know what? I don't even think bans matter. Everyone's gonna pick up something that we're all gonna go, oh man, it got through, because something's gonna get through. We've already had a UU and an RU banned, if people actually go this route of leaving OU open, everybody is grabbing something disgusting. And he's actually going to ban the Swampert, preventing Doodle from having any type of Mega Swampert shenanigans. But Swampert also just being a really, really good defensive Pokemon. Another really strong water ground type. It is out. Eventual Coma, your ban, please. It's very true, I see. No, it's too late, Acro. You already called it, man. You messed up. You could explain, World Leader, why you did that, but like I said, you put it in the chat. It is the call. Do not joke. We're going quickly. This should not be taking this long. Really. Yes, it was Danielle. Oh, by the way, Diego, Danielle has a message for you. No. She told me to tell you that. Oh, got it, Acro. Yes. Either way. Oh, he's not here anymore. Oh, unfortunate. Coma, we need your ban, please. I don't think I missed it here, did I? No, didn't see it. I'm not even going to analyze this one. Everything. Everything is here. Literally the other half. By the way, guys, because the number of people and the number of Pokemon that are not in the RU tier, we have actually drafted everything but 4 RU Pokemon, so... Come on, where'd you go? Come on, where'd you go? It is your ban time, Coma. There is no delay on this, by the way. Keep in mind that during the battles, we are going to have a 2-minute delay, so... The 4 Pokemon that have been banned so far are Excadrill, Alomomola, Zygarde 10%, and World Leader just banned Swampert. Bulu is gone? I never expect these types of Pokemon to make it through, but lo and behold, I will continue to be right, and so will everyone else. I don't think... We were actually kind of talking about it. Many people just don't want these Pokemon in general, so it's almost like a gentleman's agreement where people just like, yeah, let's get rid of Greninja, let's get rid of Bulu, all that crap, right? We're still in bans, World Leader. Yes, we are. Now, Oxum, your ban, please. I name you. Yeah, there are a few Pokemon I expect to get killed. Yeah, it's your turn, Oxum. You're actually 6th pick. So, you have a lot of time to determine these times. Unfortunately, you're not in a great place in terms of building a team, but you're in a good spot to be able to take a look and get stuff. To an extent, for sure. I see, absolutely. They can get a bit ridiculous at times. Can I extend this just a little bit? What the hell is this thing? There we go. Ish. Ish. There we go, we did it. Yay. And then there's Tapu Fini, which isn't even the worst. It's the worst of the 4, but it's not that bad, I think. See you later, Nish. Pen Mimikyu. Well, then you don't get Hypnodoodle. Mimikyu is banned. Out of here. It was one of those Pokemon we basically mentioned. It is a unidimensional Pokemon, but for people to play against it, it does get quite aggravating. So it is going to be taken away. Mitch, you're banned, please. It's not necessarily a bad ban T4, but we basically talked about it. It's got 1 or 2 movesets, and that's pretty much it. And it's pretty predictable, so... We actually see Crocodile taken off the board. It is a fairly good Pokemon. I shouldn't say fairly good. It's very good. It has good offensive stats. And run with a Scarf, it actually does quite a bit of damage to a lot of teams. It could also be protecting someone like Mitch's Ideas, so... It is a very respectable ban, for sure. Gamer, Sarasota Suicune, your ban, please. Oh, I guess it... Does it counter Heatran? No, it doesn't really counter it, but I guess you'd have to run Grassium to deal with it. Ooh, Tornadus T. Ivan's not going to be too happy about that. I'm pretty sure he was keeping silent about that one, but... Tornadus T. No pure Ivan core. Unfortunate. Lanakila Conquerors. Who was covering for Icy? I forget. You're the Thunderous. What do you mean you're mascot world leader? Icy, your ban, please. Yeah, Thunderous T is still fine. Perfect, Icy. I'm glad it did. Ooh. Dragonite's actually taken out. I don't think necessarily the Hurricane is as deadly as its multi-scale. Can be quite annoying. Can run that very annoying para-shuffling set, so we'll not be seeing that this tournament. Last but not least, Okeechobee Tauros. Mr. Project. What are you picking? Everybody misses the Swampert. Everybody wants Swampert. Sableye is taken off the board. Again, another one of those annoying Pokemon, but I mean, Mega Sableye, I don't blame anybody. It can get really aggravating really quickly. Alright, here we go. Let's start getting into the picks. Mr. Wellington, Mr. Ivan, well. What do we have here, friend? What are you picking? The pick of the litter. The OU tier is still fairly feisty. There are some great Pokemon in here. I think I could guess what Ivan might want to go here just to take it away from other people. I'm not too sure, but... everything is there's still so much up for people to grab, so it's now going to become kind of a tit-for-tat type of draft. For some teams, I do firmly believe they've already developed themselves a decent enough core, but for other teams, it's definitely going to start hurting when everybody's going to want the same stuff. Regenerator Core is going to continue. He takes the Reuniclus. Interesting. We have not seen Reuniclus. I haven't seen Reuniclus in a very long time, but I like it. Reuniclus being that very big, annoying Regenerator, but mostly known for its Magic Guard Life Orb power with the mix of Life Orb and stuff like that. So this Pokemon packs a giant punch, can also go Trick Room and just start beating the crap out of teams that are not ready for it. Although, still have to be careful about the Dark types with the knockoff, but it can still do a number. It has very, very good coverage. Destroyers. Mr. Darkness. What is your choice, friend? Are you going with Shuckle? He is going with Shuckle. Interesting that he has also now picked up a defensive Pokemon that has Sticky Web. So we're going to see the Sticky Web picked up here for Darkness, and I think that does also slightly... It complements his team because he already has a lot of this hacksy strategy going here, although he doesn't have very many Pokemon that really want to abuse it in terms of offensively yet that we see, but it is going to help him with being able to lower it down for the Togekiss, the Cinccino if he goes Rocky Helmet. Very, very interesting. Alaska to Rakunids, are you officially going with Escavalier? I kind of want to say yes. I think he is. Let's do it. There we go. Escavalier is being picked up by Doodle Humper. One gives him pick of the litter of anything else. He can go back to OU if he sees anything being left up. But also, Escavalier works very well in the... Oops, I gave that to the wrong person. Haha, I'm great. What the... Oh my god, for fuck's sake. There we go. Escavalier is one of those Pokemon that does well in the rain, so I think that's partially the reason why he's picked it up, but it's also a really good Pokemon to do against fairy types. Bug Steel is a very good offensive typing, so I'm sure he'll put great use to it. Stockton Thunderous. World Leader, your first pick, please. I'm sure he did. Porygon 2, unfortunately, just doesn't do the same thing it used to do. It's just really easy to set up on. Plus, in a mixed OU tier, it can be even easier to set up on if you have the right Pokemon for it, but... Technically, World Leader, isn't there like... Oh, I guess he would be the drafter, probably. He actually goes Mandibuzz. Okay. So, this isn't completely ridiculous. Mandibuzz does have Overcoat, which protects it from weather effects. So, it is a good Pokemon to complement a defensive core. And it's not going to be taking any damage. That's very clear with what he wants to do with it. But nonetheless, Mandibuzz being scooped up here by World Leader. I'm liking it. His team has a lot of direction this time, and I think the direction is very straightforward, and I'm not concerned with what he would try and do with anything else. So I like it. Here we go. Coma! Coma, your pick of anything, please. Still a lot of power left on the board. I'm actually seeing picks I did not expect on a first rotation. Like, there are some Pokemon here that I'm really, really surprised are just not being swept off the board because of how flexible and destructive they can be in certain situations. Whether they work with the team you have or not, again, it's just surprising. One of them is Volcarona, actually. Not necessarily, like, the poke I was staring at, but Volcarona, set up well, can just clean up house, and there it's going to be. Coma picking up good old power for herself. Has the Quiver Dance, has Bug Fire typing, which is going to destroy. Again, quad weak to rocks. If she sets up some way to stop the rocks from being set up, or just has defogging and stuff like that, can do a fair amount of damage. Awesome! Sock Powered Sky Sharks. What are you picking up? She sounds like she's just trying to piss off people now. With a potential Thunderous T pickup. She is taking Thunderous T! Well, if it's any consolation for you, World Leader, it's not actually your official... it's not your official Pokemon because it's Thunderous Therian form, not normal Thunderous. So... she's stuck with the Thunderous Therian form only. But Thunderous T, haven't seen it in a while. Not nearly as annoying as Thunderous can be, but it's still got some good stats going for it. It's very offensive. Can get quite a bit done for you. Can run knockoffs, got U-turn, Volt Switch, stuff like that. Very, very flexible offensive Pokemon that you would expect out of what Oxum is probably wanting to get done here. Mitch, Future Warriors. He's going straight for the Mew, and I'm like freaking blown away that nobody has picked this monster up. You might not think it's a monster. You have dropped some, like, arguably one of the best Pokemon in this particular draft. But a quick note on Mew, it's an asshat. It can do anything it wants, and it can give a lot of utility to your team. Very big win for Mitchie there. Sarasota Suicunes Gamer. He is going Salamence. Ooh. Now, he doesn't have access to Mega Salamence, but Salamence has a very, very flexible offensive strategy. It does have the likes of Intimidate. It also has the likes of going physical, special, mixed, Dragon Dance. It's got a bunch of things going for it. We've even seen Fly on certain movesets. It's got a lot going for it. I'm really, you know, excited to see what he can do with it for the most part. Considering we haven't looked at all the teams complete yet, but either way. Lanakila Conquerors, Mr. Icy. What is your pick? Yeah, everybody would have picked up. Everyone would have picked up Swampert. That's a hard Pokemon to drop. Nihilego, okay. Icy picking up the pokes that I just kind of want to see used. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know about much of what Nihilego does in a normal metagame, but I know it's a stealth rocker. Its typing is a little off-putting, but if he can, let's see, he's got like Rock Poison. He doesn't have that many defensive Pokemon yet, so he might be trying to build a defensive core around Nihilego. But I know that it has the stats to be a pain in the ass. But I'm actually not too sure about what it exactly does, so this should be good. Looking forward to it. Tauros, Mr. Project, you have the double pick, friend. You are at the end, so you have to pick up your first Pokemon and then follow it up with that second one. I wanted to see Pyroar. Not so much Snorlax, I've already seen that, but I want to see Pyroar. And now I'm interested to see Nihilego. Let's see what Project's going to scoop up here on the double back here. Funnily enough, I really do think that 1st and 10th are going to have a great time in this particular draft because there's so much power to be picked up. But we are seeing a Porygon 2 followed up by a Forretress Scoop. Just takes away a comfortable little pair for himself. Where are we here? Porygon 2 being the Ryumon, Forretress being the UUmon. That's a lot of setup for straight bulk, and based on what his team looks like, this definitely looks like something he needed to complete his team with, so I like it. It's going to give him what he needs. And it's a good start. He could even follow it up with a third poke and just go from there, so. To complete a defensive line. I like the choice. Very, very smart buy, Project. Backing it up, Conquerors. What is your pick? He's got Nihilego, so he's picked up UU, which means he can only pick NU or RU. I don't know what he wants to necessarily do with his team. Like, he had a good setup. He's still looking a bit on the weaker side in terms of... Like, he's got a sticky web setup, so I could see something of a more... if he's going PU, or if he's going NU or RU, he probably needs a little bit more defense, like specific defense. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going for a defensive-like Pokemon here. EU actually getting pretty picked apart already. OU, I mean, we already know OU's gonna get knocked out to an extent, but... It is gonna be Chestnut. Okay, hey, I was actually staring at Chestnut Didn't know if he would want to take that up, but Chestnut does actually somewhat complement Nihilego's typing. And again, it's working on that defensive core that he does need, so he's going to be taking that up. Not too bad from the side of the Conquerors. Suicunes, you picked up Salamence. You need your NU Pokemon, please. You know, Doodle, I have no idea why, but power is just flying through everybody. Like, the UU draft in this one is also ridiculous to an extent, so... Wait, are you actually taking Hypno, Gamer? Are you actually taking Hypno? Or is that just a joke? I think he's actually taking Hypno. Oh my, okay. Well, I don't know if he can get the wish support from Gen 3, but Hypno is going on to a team. I think there was more stronger options. But it is a fat Pokemon. It's usually known for its Toxic or Thunder Wave support. I don't know much of what else it does. Never really used Hypno too much. Usually I think it went like Wish, Protect, Thunder Wave, and Seismic Toss back in the day. It's definitely a Seismic Tossing Pokemon similar to something like Dusclops, but regardless, we see that scooped up. Mitch, you picked OU. Please pick your NU Pokemon. Hey, Masters, good to see you, man. What is Mitch going? He's got the Mew, like, he's already gotten himself a fairly strong draft, but there's still a lot for him to grab, alright? Maybe something like a Heliolisk? Maybe? He's gonna go Golbat. Okay, he does take a Golbat. Golbat being that budget... you can't even call it a budget Crobat because they do very different things. Golbat actually brings more defensive defogging type of situations. So... it's gonna be strong for him. He needs something like that. He doesn't actually have anything that really does clean it out. So he does have now the defog support as well as the Mew support, but it does also open up Mew to not have to do so much. So he's gonna keep that going for him. Sock Power Sky Sharks, you picked up Thunderous T. You need an NU Pokemon, please. It is Hitmontop. Ooh, okay. So now we're starting to get into the Pokemon that actually clean up the hazards. Don't want any of that going through. Hitmontop has always been a personal favorite of mine. It's got the Intimidate support. It's very good defensively. It's got the support defensively. And it also offers Technician Boost shots. You know, it can go for the Fake Out, it can go for the Mach Punch, Close Combat, all this other stuff. It's got very good stats going for it. Boston Beartix. Oh God. You picked a Volcarona? You need an NU Pokemon. Vikavolt. Okay. I actually really like Vikavolt. I think it's a very, very good Pokemon. Don't know about if I pick up 2 bugs in a row with this, because she's still... doesn't have the likes of clearing hazards or any indication that like hazards are going to be a super part of her team. So I'm super curious to see when there'd be a situation to use Vikavolt over Volcarona. I'm sure there are situations, I just can't think of them right now, but at the moment she's looking a little weak to hazards, so... let's see what comes up in future events here. The Thunderous, Mr. World Leader. You picked up Mandibuzz, which means anything but are you, friend? You cannot in week 1, Ivan. You have to wait till week 2. He is actually going to go Cobalion. Alright. This Pokemon has always just been a good choice for being that Stealth Rocket, but also brings stuff like... It's one of those weird Pokemon that has the Volt Switch, despite the fact that it's an physically offensive Pokemon. But Its typing is very good offensively. It can handle a lot of Pokemon at a time. Steel covers fighting, as fighting also covers steel, for the most part. So that's pretty good. I like it. And it still goes with the pattern of sand, so I don't think anybody's stopping him either. Like, honestly. But they don't have to necessarily stop him if they know they can handle it. Volcarona is going to be very, very good in this particular situation, just saying. Doodle. The Arachnids. You picked up Escavalier. Anything but RU, please, friend. He has the pick of anything. Based on what Doodle has, he could use some speed, probably. His team is actually very, very slow. Bulky, though, and this is the style that Doodle likes, is the bulky but offensive Pokemon. But he is going to end up taking the Celebi, which is a very flexible Pokemon. Has the speed, has the defensive and offensive capabilities, has the pivoting with the U-turn, Thunder Wave, Natural Cure. This Pokemon complements, even to an extent, the Rain team, with it not being weak to fire as much. So, I like it. I think it actually does complement a little bit. Can mix with like a Alolan Muck to kind of protect each other from each other's weaknesses, sort of thing. So that's a good pickup. I like it. The QB Destroyers, Mr. Darkness. You picked up Shuckle. You have anything you want. He actually goes Crobat. All right, Crobat. Very fast Pokemon. Very, very good for scouting. Doesn't offer incredible offensive pressure per se. It does hurt because it has Brave Bird and stuff like that. But generally speaking, it's known for its Defog, it's known for its U-turn, and it's Brave Birding. So you'll be able to scout a lot of stuff there. It can also go the Nasty Plot build if he's feeling feisty, as I always do. Anyways. We're all the way back already to Ivan. Ivan picked up Reuniclus with the UU pick. He can go PU, he can go NU or RU, and then on top of that, he picks up the next Pokemon before we start banning. Astonish Bite. I think he's talking about Air Slash, Doodle. I think he's referring to Air Slash. Funnily enough, nothing really stops flying types moves, so other than being Steel type, which means World Leader's gonna have a fun time. You cannot trade. You can trade before week 2, but you can't make more than one trade per week. So you could trade between. You could trade with a coach or the trade pool per week. So whatever you have now, you'll play with week 1, and then week 2. You'll be going from there. Season 1 champ being followed up by World Leader building a sand team. You should be proud, Dagger. You have inspired many. Alright, Ivan is taking the Salazzle. I like it. I was actually kind of looking to see what would happen with Salazzle, but it is going to be swapped up. I'm actually curious to see. It does have Corrosion, which allows it to poison the Steel types and stuff like that, but it also has very good Z usage, Z move usage, which we have to get used to saying because I usually don't talk about Z move usage, but it's a very strong Pokemon with Nasty Plot, has good offensive typing, can't take hits very well, obviously, but you're going to use it for its sweeping capabilities, and I think Ivan needs something like that, similar to what he was showing with his other team before. So he picks up the Salazzle, and now he gets to pick up one more Pokemon. It is going to be Manectric. Okay, I'm liking the way that he's going around this pool, but that's going to be a Mega for him. And that actually will work very well for him. I feel like one of the weaknesses was trying to make that Heliolisk work. This is a much stronger Pokemon for scouting and offers some good coverage for things. So he's got the Glalie and the Manectric now, which is double Mega, but it doesn't matter. Manectric is most likely going to be seeing a lot of use on his team to make sure he gets into the right defensive Pokemon. That is the way he succeeds. Alright, back to Darkness. Darkness, you can pick anything you like, friend. Yes, you can take Sylveon. Sylveon? Pixelate was nerfed in Gen 7, but it's still got the Pixelate boost, which makes the threat of Hyper Voice still hurt. Gets through substitutes as well. It's just still a very good Pokemon. I don't know if it's going to do it. It also offers like Heal Bell support and things like that, so you can make it specs and do a bunch of damage and kind of put pressures on team. I don't know what it does these days, but I guess we're going to find out. This man's going to show me how it's done. I'm looking forward to it. Doodle! Your tick, please. No, you can only trade 1 for 1. You cannot trade 2 for 1. It's 1 Pokemon for 1 Pokemon. Good question. I don't know why you do that anyways. Oh, for fuck's sake. So, remember last night when I talked about the Pelipper Steelix core? Yeah, he just took it. There it is. He gets himself that glorious, glorious defensive core. And on top of that, it's an RU pivot pick. Oh, he is laughing in glee right now. I can tell you, he is so happy. Good pickup by Doodle. That's a very, very strong choice for his defensive line. Wow. Wow. World Leader. Your pick of anything, please. I can't believe he actually frickin' got it. It's not like it's broken, but it is pretty strong. And now that you even have the likes of like Drizzle, it also protects Steelix a bit more too. He is going to take Lycanroc Dusk. We saw this being used... No, we saw normal Lycanroc being used with Diego. We saw Lycanroc getting some attention in the mock ProPokeBowl, and it did some damage. It actually did put a little bit of... It has a lot of good stats that makes it quite strong. That's why it's up at UU versus everything else. It's got Tough Claws as well, which makes its hits quite painful. So, World Leader taking some good power for himself. I like it. And again, more Sandergy. Anyways. Coma. Pick of anything. Keep in mind, guys, after this pick, you will be going to reverse with bans, which means that Project will be taking his third pick as well as the next ban. He'll be going backwards, and then he'll be able to take up his fourth pick right then and there. We're going well with it, guys. Keep the speed up. I'm liking it. Not because I want to go or anything. It's just like, you know, these nights get very, very long. I'm actually getting a headache a little bit. Considering I've only been awake for 7.5 hours. It's surprising. Oh my, so she did see the Paris trapping Azumarill with Whirlpool that was featured on Smogon. She is going to end up taking the Azumarill. It's actually good typing to complement what she has. It's 2 fairy types. I don't know if she's going to have much for the likes of something like a poison attacker or stuff like that, but Azumarill is powerful with the Paris trapping, or even with just being offensive in general with the choice band stuff. It could do quite a bit of damage. But again, if she wants to use that option, that is a niche that I was kind of seeing, and I kind of kept it in my mind when I saw I drafted Azumarill. What? Cool. I like it. Awesome. Your pick, please. Keldeo, hey! Alright, now we're actually seeing some more power being scooped up here. That's a nice offensive Pokemon for Oxum. Does quite well. It has access to Scald, it has access to Secret Sword, which hits on the physical side, even though it's a special attack. There's a lot of things just going for Oxum, or for Keldeo in general. Just decent offensive Pokemon, not much to say about it. We've seen Keldeo for quite some time, so there's not really much to go home and talk about it with there, so. Mitch, your pick, please. Go for a dagger. Hit me up on Discord, though, because otherwise I might not see it. Mitch is gonna go Klefki. Yep. Klefki. Everybody questions. The funny thing is, Doodle is questioning these Pokemon, and I am kind of sitting there in the same mindset as Doodle, where I'm kind of going, these Pokemon are ending up being left, and I think people don't really necessarily know all of the powers. Klefki, if you didn't know, has Prankster. Steel Fairy type is very, very good. Has a ton of utility moves that makes it very, very viable. So, not seen as much because Prankster was slightly nerfed, but this Pokemon is going to do a lot for Mitchie. Definitely knowing that he played in the meta with Klefki, he knows and he can unlock the potential of that. Mr. Suicune with your Hypno, what is your pick, friend? Mr. Gamer. Fantastic Flygon, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? How you doing, Fedora? He is going to take the Registeel. Alright, we saw Mitchie actually put Registeel to good use. Registeel being just that good old generic defensive Pokemon. Can go defensive both ways. Just has Thunder Wave, has the Stealth Rocks, has the likes of Seismic Toss. Does everything you just needed to do, and it's not bad at it. It's not fantastic at it, but it's an RU pick, and hey, what you're getting for RU is very, very strong value there. Well played by a gamer here. It's going to help a little bit with trying to clean up some of his defensive core, because he right now does need some support with Suicune. It's almost looking similar to what Mitchie did with the Alomomola Registeel Dragalge. There is the chance for him, although he can't pick that up until 2 drafts from now, at least for Gamer. He's got to wait a couple of turns. Icy, your pick, please. Oh yeah, that's right. Doodle knew you. That's true. Oh, Icy picks up Diancie. I was hoping someone would. Diancie Mega is an enormous threat. If a team cannot deal with the likes of its coverage, this Pokemon can rip through things. I like the pickup. It's not like it has any type of setup moves, but it carries Diamond Storm, which is a physical hit, which still works to raise its defense, but it helps it get coverage. And on top of that, Diancie in its own, it just has some good, unique typing that can get through and do a lot of damage to teams, so I'm liking this. I really, really like this. I just like that Pokemon. Mega Diancie was always fun, plus I built around it. Unfortunate gamer. Okay, so Project, here you go. You make your pick, and then you're going to call your second ban, which must be from NU. So now we're going to be going into the ban phase. This is the last pick for the 3. Then we're going to go 10-1 for the banning. Oh, there it is. Despite all the sniping that Gamer's been getting, he's got a pretty solid team. So, I mean, I don't know what he's complaining about with it. Cresselia pick and ban Incineroar. Okay. So Cresselia is picked up. I don't know why I'm typing it out. That's silly. So Cresselia being a really it was funnily enough, Cresselia was being identified as a Pokemon that is more difficult to use, and I to an extent agree because it can be set up easily, but if you play it with the correct moveset, this Pokemon can be extremely aggravating. Obviously, we've had buffs to knock off, and we've had buffs to just other Pokemon setting up on it, and it doesn't do as much as it used to be able to do with just Moonblast and all the support moves. We know it has Lunar Dance, it has a bunch of stuff going for it, and all those other things, but I like the fact that we have someone who's actually going to take it. And Incineroar has been banned. So let's get the second bans rolling through here. Incineroar being picked up. And gone. Icy. We need your ban. You banned Dragonite. Need an NU Pokemon ban, please. How you doing, Mutang? Good to see you. Icy's ban has to be from NU. There's still a lot of strength in NU. You've got the likes of Xatu, Zangoose. Weezing is not bad for a physically defensive Pokemon either. Uxie is still up there. We have Sneasel, Scyther. Scyther might not be as good. We have Malamar. We've got, what's it called here? We've got Armaldo. Cryogonal's not too bad, and there it goes. Cryogonal is taken out, right as I mentioned it. This Pokemon did get some buffs to one of its stats. I believe it's special defense stat, and it has the likes of Freeze Dry and Rapid Spin, so it gives some good utility. Despite the fact it's ice typing, it still offers some utility that people could use. Gamer, Tornadus T was banned. Ban an NU, please. You can vote for your favorite team, Mootank. Absolutely, I will tally all of them up at the end and go from there. You can vote. I mean, you can vote for them, but I get paid. You can pay me, and then I'll convert it into Nubits, but I'll still take the money. Sorry about that, but you can do it. Yes, it is, Gamer. Your time to ban. No kidding, Dagger, so you're liking World Leaders team. No, like, yeah. Yes, the Nubit votes are through. And he is going to ban the Sneasel. I do believe that this is not a half... Oop, no. Get rid of that. Sneasel is a strong Pokemon, just as a budget. This is definitely the example of a budget Weavile, but it can do some damage if you need some type of really fast Pokemon that can offer the Dark Ice sweeping, so there you go. Mitch, you can ban an NU or an RU, please. The Nubits are in the bottom right-hand corner of your video player. You click on my face, it'll show how much Nubits you have. You get a Nubit per minute. You can click on my face to gain 15 Nubits. Actually, getting 2 Nubits per minute on these nights, But basically, you can use them to redeem to either support other teams, or you can just, do the worship thing. We don't have much for the Nubits. I'm just kind of getting people to collect them until we can actually come up with stuff. That's very true, Mutank. Stupid stuck to Nidoqueen is gone. Nidoqueen? Nidoqueen. Okay, sorry. You banned a UU. My apologies. Alright, Nidoqueen, being a good defensive Pokemon, can also actually go offensive if it needed to, so very, very good Pokemon, has the likes of Toxic Spikes and all that stuff, also Sheer Force access. So, that's a decent ban. I think that's a very good ban for people who might actually be looking for a ground type right now. Awesome! You can ban an NU, please. There are no commands for it, Coma. What you do is you have to enable extensions on this channel. You might be collecting them as we speak. I can check for that. Not really. Not right now. I can't check for it, but... Hey, T4, thanks for the host, man. Appreciate it. For anyone who's been following, I do apologize for not mentioning it. I haven't been looking at the redemptions. They're all getting covered right now. Oh my god. There's so much support from Acrolands. And Project. Look at that. Emboar is being banned. Done. There we go. I'll take Emboar out. Emboar actually isn't a half bad ban. It's a very good fire Pokemon. We haven't seen that many good fire Pokemon overall remaining, so you want to kind of take out even more options here by taking it out. Fighting fire, good offense. Not the fastest Pokemon. It does have access to Sucker Punch if you really needed it to. There you go. Beartix, an NU ban, please. I didn't pay attention to a T4. I have so many screens up, I just have a lot of things closed right now. I'm trying to keep everything else organized. I think I need to drink some water. I'm getting a bad headache. Druddigon is a good Pokemon to get rid of. The Pokemon offers some good defensive capabilities. Can also go offensive with Sheer Force, so it's got the likes of Glare too, which is much better now than Thunder Wave. So it's a pretty good ban. I like it. It has some surprisingly good stats for what type Pokemon it is, but it's out of there. All right, World Leader, you ban Swampert. Your NU ban, please. Coma, there should be a little jigsaw piece. I don't know if you can actually do it on the phone. That's the only thing. I think you have to be on a computer. I don't know. Boros, this is the ProPokeBowl. Oops, that's a vowel. We need bowl. Mixed OU Draft Tournament. World Leader, we need your ban. It must be an NU. There's still a lot of power left up. I'm amazed. It is going to be Lilligant kicked out. Quiver Dance mixed with Own Tempo, so it can't get confused when it goes for Petal Dance. Definitely doesn't want a Grass type hitting his Sand team. I don't blame the man. Anyways. Arachnids. You banned RU, which means you could ban an UU or an NU Pokemon. What's your ban, Noodle? This is a banning session followed by more picks. They're developing their teams at 12 now. If you want, at the bottom of the channel under the Pro Pokeball section, you can see the drafted teams being updated on time. You have to give me your theme song, Oxum. I'll be requesting all that after this, by the way. I'll let you know all the timing of everything. It's gotta be a video game song. Doodle is banning Weezing. See, I like that ban. That's actually a good ban. The Pokemon can get quite annoying after a while, so he does end up taking it out. QB Destroyers. Darkness. You banned UU, which means you can ban NU or RU. What is your pick? No, it must be from video games. Video game exclusive. Even the one that Mitchie used was from a video game. Will be Umbreon taken down. Another Ivan wreck, but Umbreon, not necessarily like it's ridiculous. I don't think it's as ridiculous as it used to be, but it is a pretty powerful Wish Passer. Has some great use of foul play and stuff like that, so again, mostly an annoying Pokemon just to get out of the pool. Last but not least, Wellington, you banned Excadrill. We need an NU ban, please, Ivan. Which Pro Pokeball rankings are you looking for, Acrolance? Dodrio, okay. Dodrio is gone. I have a feeling people are trying to leave up certain Pokemon for them to try and snipe, or there's a lot of power being skipped over. But nonetheless, Dodrio did get Jump Kick. That's all I can say. Okay, going back into it. Mr. Project, you picked up Cresselia. which is an RU Pokemon. We need anything but RU from you, friend. And Acupressure, yes. ProPokeBowl 1, I can grab that. Where is it? Oh, oops. We got it right here. There we go. This is ProPokeBowl Season 1. Alolan Marowak. Alrighty. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know this Pokemon was very big in OU for the longest time, but I don't know what it does. I know that it has access to Flare Blitz and all the other stuff. I think it might have Rock Head. Is that what makes it good? But Ghost Fire is a very good typing. I think it's also a slightly bulkier version of like Chandelure sort of thing, and it's also physical, so I'm pretty sure this thing's going to be very good for him, and it's another fire type again that we were kind of looking to see, which wasn't in great abundance for power. We have a lot of powerful fire types in here now, so that is going to be the pickup. Here we go. The Conquerors. You picked up Diancie last time. We need an NU Pokemon, please. Mr. Darkness. Oh, this is Icy. My bad. Mr. Icy. Thick Club, right. I'm an idiot. Thick Club, right. You were actually one of the more frequent show-ups, Dan, man, surprisingly. Togedemaru! Okay. We've had this Pokemon experimented with a little bit. It's a Steel-Electric type. Has access to stuff like Nuzzle and I think Spiky Shield as well, right? It's got some interesting little moves going for it. I wanna see the ability and go for it, but at the same time, this also does offer a little bit of hacks with like Zing Zap and stuff like that. So, which I think is an Electric Headbutt, if I recall correctly. So cool pickup. I like it. Sarasota Suicunes, you picked up Registeel. We need your non-RU pick, please. It was... That's kind of weird. Sorry, guys. Someone was... Alrighty. I don't know what that was, but cool. Who are we on? Gamer. Entei. Whoa. That is a good... Oh, no. Okay, well, it's dead. Entei showed that it has a lot of power for a UU Pokemon. It's exactly true. Hurts like a truck, it's got Sacred Fire, the Nuzlocke godlike attack, but it just has Extreme Speed plus Sacred Fire, which does a bunch of damage. Also has access to stuff like Bilbos and all other stupid stuff, but it just gets super, super powerful. So... that is a bunch of damage that Gamer just picked up for his team. Another strong fire type, again, being picked up here. Pichu Warriors, you picked up UU. NU or RU, please? Deblade. We were talking about that Pokemon. I love Deblade. Very good Pokemon. Despite the fact that it usually runs the, if not always runs the Eviolite. Very nice setup with Swords Dance and Shadow Sneak, having that stab, as well as Iron Head, gets Sacred Sword and all this other stuff. It's just got really good bulk for an offensive Swords Dancing Pokemon. I like it. It's also a Ghost type for him, and he's going to have that coverage that he needs. Deblade is a very strong Pokemon. Awesome! You picked up Keldeo, which means you need an NU Pokemon, please. I have no idea what you people are saying. I'm assuming that's Lycanroc. Got it. Lycanroc being picked up. Now, of course, This is the normal Lycanroc. Every Lycanroc has different types to it, so, or different stats to it, rather. So this has the Accelerock. This has the Sand Rush, I believe, so it's not going to have the synergy, but it can be forced if it needs to be. But otherwise, it's a decent Pokemon. It generally works like a Stoutland, where it's an okay Pokemon on its own. It's usually better with sand, but otherwise, that's going to be a pickup for Oxum. Could be potential trade fodder as well later. Beartix, Miss Coma. You picked up a Zoomerl last time, which means you need an NU or RU Pokemon. What is your pick? Ivan, you're way too freaking early, bro. Well, there's Lycanroc, then Lycanroc Midnight, and Lycanroc Dusk. So she got Lycanroc. Ivan, you're way too freaking early, bro. Yeah, it is day form. What are you talking about? That's the one she got. Coma, what is your pick? NU or RU? Vileplume, okay. It's not named Dayform though. Oh my god. It just says Lycanroc. Otherwise I call it Midnight Form. Vileplume is a good Pokemon. We didn't really get to see it used because it was traded away as fast as possible from Itchy, but Vileplume has some good defensive typing to it. Has the Effect Spore as well, which can get quite annoying after a while. It can help you cover a little bit. I mean, Poison Grass is not the worst thing in the world. It just usually with like Poison Grass typing, it depends on what comes with the Pokemon. Vileplume's a little bit on the lower end, but it's the best you could probably scoop up if you're trying to get something from the NU tier defensively like that. Thundurus, you picked up Lycanroc Dusk. NU or RU Pokemon, please? Looking to continue the Sandapalooza. Yeah, the normal one's better. Midnight Form is the worst one out of the three. Midnight Form's defenses are just, or like the Midnight Form stats are just to be desired. Let's see if he has learned from the Sandy Dagger. Desert Dagger, if you will. Dagger Desert. PJ Sand. The Dune, if you will. For fuck's sake. He takes the Gigalith, which just gives him yet another Sandstream user. It's a real shame that he didn't get to pick up the Tyranitar, because Tyranitar doesn't exist in this. But he's, yeah. I'm getting more of a Sandy headache as we speak. Gigalith is picked up. Gigalith is not a bad Pokemon either. It has good offense, has the Sandstream, South Rock support. He needs that type of stuff, so he's going for it. Araquanids, Doodle, you picked up RU. You have anything but RU, friend. It is gonna be Skarmory. I like the pick. Using that picking flexibility does end up taking the Skarm. Skarmory's just always been a really, really solid defensive Pokemon. Its typing allows for that as well, so Skarm gonna be scooped up there for Dagger. Or sorry, for Doodle. Sorry, I'm just having flashbacks. Actually, there's a fair amount of Steel types coming out of this single pool, so interesting. Definitely also going in on the rain theme, so here we go. Darkness, you picked up UU. We need an NU or RU Pokemon, please. Because both Pokemon are different. They're different Pokemon. And Dusk was UU. And I didn't draft Midnight Form. If I had drafted Midnight Form, I would have put it on. Milotic. Okay. Milotic is right here. I thought so. Yeah. Milotic, Inner Fury showed a lot how strong Milotic can be, and we already know, like, it's a really fat and annoying Pokemon to deal with. It has the likes of Recover, Refresh, Ice Beam, Scald, Dragon Tail. This Pokemon can become a pain in the sides for anyone who does not have a Wall Breaker. or does not have a really powerful electric move. Well, we already know that somebody has Xurkitree scooped up, so we'll have to see now if people can figure out a way to get through Milotic, because it's not like it's the most oppressive, but it can be quite annoying if you can't break through it. So Milotic being grabbed up there for Darkness, and here we go, Mr. Ivan. Your 2 picks, please. Must be an NU or RU first, and then anything you would like. It would just take too long, Dagger. We're doing it through this chat now. It will still be the Machamp picked up. Now, his next pick will have to be chosen because he did say it a little bit earlier. No big deal. Machamp being an RU is pretty decent. It's got the no guard with the dynamic punch. We already know that. It can go Scarfed. It can even go Specs if you really needed it to. But Machamp just has access to really good strength. Stab fighting coming from it is just really, really powerful. It can hold its own when it comes to taking hits. So definitely not in its prime, but definitely still a good Pokemon to have here. Also has access to Bullet Punch to handle the fairy types. It's Milotic. Oh yeah, I've heard Milotic. Milotic? Milotic. Sounds more melodic. Like melodic, Milotic. Just saying. Milotic? Milotic I've heard too, though. Milotic is okay. I just think of melodic like Milotic. They're not the same. Acrolance, if you go check them, they have different stats. They have different stats. They actually do have different stats. That's why, otherwise it would have said Midnight. Which is the same reason why I specify Alolan forms or not. Otherwise you'd be able to play Marowak or Marowak Alolan form. Now we're having a grammar lesson. Yay, phonics. Oxum, you need... I say Rayquaza. There's Z moves. Yes, stupid Americans. He's going to go for Mantine. Okay, so Mantine being that fat Pokemon that just continues to strengthen for Ivan. I actually like that pickup. I think more so to deny from other people who might be lacking a bit on the defensive side right now. Mantine also has that defog support, which which are still a few teams are missing, the Rapid Spin or defog support, and that's one of the better ones, arguably, that you can find right now. So Mantine is going to help just build up a decent comp here and a decent defensive core. I really like the Cofagrigus, Tangrowth, and Mantine core, so that's going to be good for him. Alright, Darkness, anything you would like, friend. He is going to go Goodra. We saw this thing get some use last season. Very especially defensive, very offensive as well, right? It's a slow but offensive Pokemon that does poke holes into teams if not handled correctly. Also has access to Sap Sipper, so it's pretty good. Plus, Gooey can also slow down Pokemon as it's taking hits, which means that he can bring these other Haxie-like Pokemon in and start having a little bit of fun with them. So I like the idea of the Gooey. That's not a half bad pick. The Arachnids, friend, Mr. Doodle. That's what I just said about the Gooey. I know. But they're different Pokemon, Acrolance. Heliolisk. Okay. I like, Heliolisk is not a bad Pokemon. It has stuff that you wish it would, like better stats and better typing, but normal electric is okay. We also saw Ivan using it pretty effectively for switching, and it's pretty fast, so it can give you some good scouting. Similar to like it almost reminds me of like a slightly weaker Crobat in terms of being that scouting type Pokemon. It doesn't necessarily kill stuff. It also has access to Dry Skin, which is going to be beautiful for Doodle when it comes to his rain usage. So he's going to take that up for himself, and it's an NU Pokemon, which means he can pick up anything else once it comes back to that. I think I might know what he's going to be going for next. Either way. Mr. World Leader, how will you further solidify your Sand Core? He's going to go to Decidueye. Okay, that is a Pokemon that has kind of gone a little bit differently than what he was looking for. But I think now he's actually starting to pick up some types that will cover him a little bit better. But yeah, okay. We'll see what he's going to... I'm interested to see what he's going to do with Decidueye here, but... I don't think it gets Overcoat, does it? I don't think so. Icy you shouldn't have. No, we're good. We're on track here. Where were we? Beartix. Coma, what is your pick? We're almost there, guys. Oh, God. Oh, I'm ready for these weather wars. It's literal weather wars. Oh, she's going Sceptile. Okay, that was the pick that I was kind of thinking for Doodle maybe, but... Sceptile is scooped up. It's actually, like, Mega Sceptile is a fairly good Pokemon, and its Mega is really, really fast and has access to Grass and Dragon Stab, so very good Pokemon. Can even run with Unburden if it didn't want to go Mega. There's a couple of ways you can run it, and it can go both physical and special, mixed, all that stuff. Very flexible Pokemon offensively. I like it. Oxum, anything you want, please. You can already do it, Mootank. You should have it. It's been yeah, I'm gonna do an analysis after Mitch. It's been accessible since last Wednesday, so you can do it, Mootank. Its Mega is UU. That's why Sceptile's in there. I've already got 8 redemptions I gotta deal with. Well, I'm just gonna say we did call the Houndoom pickup, but Houndoom is gonna be scooped up. Funnily enough, there was a potential for Sun to be done with, but Sun has been kind of banned out, actually, by Mitchie to get rid of the Torkoal, to get rid of it later, so Houndoom is going to be soaked up. Mega Houndoom usually being only better when it has that actual Sunergy, but doesn't mean that she can't force it on with any of the other Pokemon. So we'll see what she can actually do with it, or if it's just going to be the Milo icon. It could be easily that. Mitchie! Anything you like, friend. It's going to be the Swellow. Swellow is one of those surprising Pokemon that's a very, very good wall breaker. It's got access to, God. It has access to, Scrappy, which makes it quite painful. It also has access to Guts, so there's a couple of ways you can actually go about it. But it just does a bunch of damage without needing to set up. It just goes in there, goes specs, starts destroying things, and just goes from there, so... Very good pickup here for Mitchie. Gamer! Anything you want, sir. Yeah, Deoxys Speed and Defense are very different Pokemon. Extremely different Pokemon. Diggersby, though. Okay. Diggersby. Something we haven't heard a lot about lately. Used to be a little bit better, but it's very strong. It's got, obviously, the huge power. It's got access to its normal ground, so its offensive stats are okay. Its speed is not great, but because it has access to quick attack and things like that, this thing can actually do a fair amount of damage with Choice Band, so It's a good setup for what he could try and get done here. If he really is going the route of Slurpuff with Sticky Web, there is the chance that there could be some kind of offensive aggro type of team going through here. Because just a bunch of strong Pokemon that you mix it with really defensive Pokemon like Hypno and like Registeel and Suicune. I think I see the kind of balanced playstyle that Gamer is trying to approach this with. So I like it. It's cool. Conquerors, Mr. Sicey. We're getting there, Coma. We're almost done. Hey, look at that. Temmie45, thank you very much for the gift sent to Oxum, and Oxum, welcome to becoming a fellow nooblet. Appreciate support, Temmie. God bless you, friend. Now she can spam my face nonstop everywhere. There's only one OU left. It is the Staraptor, which we saw do a lot of work for Mitchie in Season 3. Still a lot of viable Pokemon, though, here. Like, you can pick anything. Yes, you can, friend. Hey, and Darkness gifting a sub to Eventual Coma. Darkness Fairy 2, thank you very much for the support. And Eventual Coma, welcome to being a fellow nooblet. You may now spam my face everywhere on the internet. Spread the good word of noob. That's all you gotta do. You guys are too kind. Thank you very much for supporting this. It's been a very long draft, but we're almost there. Looking forward to the battles and stuff like that, so. Yes, Dagger, what's up? Always appreciate the support, obviously. No problem, Icy. Take your time, man. We got time still. Hey, congratulations, Dagger. That's pretty fast, man. Congratulations. Yes, Acrolance. Well, we wouldn't use Pumpkaboo, it would be Gourgeist, but, with Gourgeist, technically no, because we do stuff like Wormadam, where Wormadam can change its types up, but it's the same Pokemon. So if its stats change, then no, you wouldn't be able to use multiple different Gourgeists. It's gonna be Guzzlord. Hey! That's my board. You guys can go spam that on my Discord. Guzzlord is a funny little Pokemon. Super fat. Just very, very fat HP-wise. Dragon Ghost typing is kind of neat. And the fact that it can go special and physical, but generally better at special, gives it very good flexibility when it comes to offering stuff to the team. So, I want to see this Pokemon. I think Ice just got in my good books. Well played, sir. And Project, finally, my friend, you get to finish it off with the double pick, and this will be your team for the Pro Pokeball Season 4. Let's see what you got to clean this up. Still a lot of stuff left over here. It's insane how loaded Pool 2 is. So he's going to get the Hariyama and the Staraptor. Oh my. Hariyama is surprising. Staraptor, not so much, but he is going to take up both nonetheless. Hariyama has Thick Fat, as well as can set itself up with Bulk Up and things like this. Access to Fake Out and all that other stuff, but Staraptor, we've already seen. Reckless Choice Band, this thing just pokes holes into basically any wall, has access to Close Combat, Brave Bird, U-Turn, the thing hurts. It's meant to just literally sit there and do as much damage as physically possible. And it could do a hell of a lot against teams that don't bring the walls. Although it's kind of weird because I'm seeing a lot of fat walls in this particular draft. So I'm curious to see how much Staraptor can actually do. But it will definitely put pressure on the walls to take it. Staraptor hurts. The walls will not like it. They'll definitely have to switch in the right walls to take the hits. So don't know if that exists enough for players. Let's see what Project can make it with that. No, Gourgeist sizes would be no. Because they all have different stats. Whereas something like Wormadam or Oricorio, their stats don't change, so you get access to all those different types. Sounds good, World Leader. Alright. The Nubits Mootank, click on my name, or click on my face at the bottom right of the video player. Click on Redeem Nubits, and you can redeem the Nubits like that. It is Icy's pick. He picked NU, which means he can pick any non-NU Pokemon. And then Icy is good to go. They'd be all in the same Pokemon, yes. Hey Ox, thanks for the bit. What type of accessory is Dagger? Espeon, hey. Magic Bounce, also a solid base 110 speed Pokemon. Has the speed that you can want for any type of Choice Specs or Choice Scarf variety. Access to Psyshock, Heal Bell, I believe, as well. Calm Mind. It's got a lot of good things going for it, so I like this pickup by Icy. That's pretty cool. His team is cool. I really like his team. Very, it's very unshowy. It doesn't have a lot of the top picks that I would have taken, but it also doesn't seem weak, right? It might seem a bit incomplete, but, I mean, traits could always come through later, but it looks kind of cool. I want to see what he's going to do with it. Mr. Gamer, it is your time, friend. You picked OU. What is your NU pick to finish this off? Yeah, if you're talking about the cheer bits, Mootank, where you're talking about spending money to support me, then you go through the cheer. You go through the cheer logo in your chat. If you're talking about the Nubits to support the team, so it's either you're supporting me or supporting the teams, the Nubits is the Twitch extension at the bottom right-hand corner of the video player. You have to be specific with that. A Leafeon pickup. Okay, okay. Leafeon pretty much has one thing it can do, but it does it kind of well. It's got the Swords Dance Return Leaf Blade set. I don't know. I feel like it's for the purposes of just having the type, having a grass type on the team. So I'm not too sure. But nonetheless, it does give him the coverage, so I can't complain necessarily about the coverage being there. So there you go. Gamer finishes off with that. Mitch, your Swellow leads to an RU, or sorry, to an NU or a UU pick. What will it be? It will be Mienshao. Can't stop the complete Regenerator Core. He's going to pick up a very powerful Pokemon to help him switch around with that. It is a very, very good scout because it can come in and out with, what's it called? It can go in and out with U-Turn and Regenerator using Life Orb. So it can actually take hazards, go for a Life Orb hit, and then stay completely healthy as he's scouting. This is very similar to what like Mega Manectric kind of did for him, except now he's got a lot more Pokemon that can also do this. He's got a mix of Beedrill and Mienshao, which can do that. So he's got a really good U-Turn core going. And he can just switch to a really offensive Pokemon, a really defensive Pokemon if he needs it. He's got a freaking powerhouse of a team. It is very, very powerful. Very good value for the Pokemon that he's taking, and that's going to end it for him. That's his team going into Season 4. Houndoom picker, Miss Oxum. You can pick an NU or an RU Pokemon. What's the difference? One person, it's true. I don't think Feraligatr works, but I'll take the Feraligatr as your final pick. Feraligator's a good Pokemon. It's overshadowed by other Dragon Dance users, but the thing that Feraligatr gets is Sheer Force with the Life Orb, so it ends up buffing up a lot of its good moves. Waterfall, I think it gets Liquidation, I can't remember. But if it does, that's really good for it. Ice Punch, Crunch, stuff like this, it does get access to really good moves, so Oxum can make good use of that, and that is a very good offensive Pokemon. Again, just keeping true to what she likes. A lot more offense, but there's actually some good defensive mons on this team to help a little bit with the balance, so... Well done, actually. Very, very good draft. Coma, your last pick, please. NU or RU? I apologize how late it is for you, but... What do you got? Oh, Acrolance Zen Mode's actually banned. It's actually a Pokemon you can't use. Not because of me, it's just I checked it. Otherwise you are allowed to technically use it because it's ability. So that Pokemon would have been allowed. Dragalge pickup. Alrighty, we saw this Pokemon being used by Mitchie with a good defensive core, and it was just really fat and hard for a lot of people to deal with. It did a number on a lot of people, and I want to see what Coma can do finally with this pickup here. It's his last one. I'll have to take a little bit of time to look at the team, because it's got a little bit of everything, which I like. I usually like more of a balance-based team. Whether or not there'll be a lot going for it, we'll have to see if it ends up going here. Alright, World Leader. Mr. Sand, who has not actually picked up a single OU Pokemon and will continue said pattern. He has an NU or UU stuff to go. Does it, World Leader? I thought I saw the ability being banned. If it's available, you can use it. But, let me check. I gotta go take a headache pill. I gotta go take an Advil before I even do the analysis. My head's killing me. Darmanitan. Darmanitan Zen is banned. I don't know why. Hey, Mutang, thanks for the 100 bits, man. Appreciate it. Even if I'm not worth that much, you guys are priceless. Don't worry about that. Yeah, Coma's got like Brazil time. World Leader, what are you picking up? Happy little snake. Oh, okay, but you still can't use Zen Mode. If Zen Mode is banned, then I don't know. I don't know how that works. I've never seen anyone use Zen Mode, so if you can use it in an OU team, you can use it. That's how it goes. Maybe it's only listed as UU because that's where Darmanitan is, but Zen Mode doesn't seem to be legal, so... You can't access Zen Mode without the ability anyway, so you can't just have a Zen Mode thing. Regardless, he is gonna go... That's the wrong pool. He's gonna go for the Tentacruel. Oopsies. Goes for the Tentacruel. There's his spinner. In case he doesn't want to use Defog. That's gonna be complete for him. It's straight up sand. It still works. You don't need every Pokemon to be able to resist it. So Decidueye, Tentacruel, actually good coverage for each other. Yeah, that's pretty good coverage for each other. So I like that little pickup there. That's a pretty good finisher for his sand core. So well done on Stockton Thunders to actually build a somewhat okay, a little bit over focused on the sand, but otherwise a sand comp. Now let's go to our favorite rain comp over here. What is Doodle going to finish with? He got an NU poke, which means he can go RU or UU. Oh, it's not banned? Okay. Well, then you can use it. It sucks, but you can use it. It's really bad. I've purchased the high ground. What is Doodle's last pickup? He's obviously gone to the rain. I kind of like his team a lot better than... Like, let's put it this way. World Leader has stronger Pokemon for his Sand Core, but I feel like Doodle's team is more flexible with a rain comp, right? Either way, both are pretty weak when it comes to using weather at this point, but I think it's either the strength of the Pokemon versus the strength of the synergy that we're seeing between the two. And he is going to finish it off with the Linoone. Linoone being a... You know, that one-trick Belly Drum, Agua Berry Master. We're basically healing up to full now instead of having to use Gluttony per se. Actually, it uses Gluttony, but now heals up to full instead of 75%. It has that plus 6 E-speed to try and finish off the last of the team. So that is going to be his final pickup as well. Almost done, boys. This is incredible. This is really fun. Loving it. Another team that has not picked up a single OU Pokemon. That will be the Kyuubi Destroyers. Darkness, your pickup, please. Is it going to be Darmanitan? Hey, Moontek, thanks for the 5 bits, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, if it's part, as long as it's not banned, it doesn't matter. It's the same. It's not even a different Pokemon per se because it's Darmanitan transforming into Darmanitan Zen form. If it transforms, who cares? It's Delphox. Okay, Delphox picked up. We saw Delphox do a little bit in Season 4 on Ivan's team. It didn't get as much value as I think Ivan desired out of it, but it has Magician if you really want it. Otherwise, it's just got Psychic and Fire Stab, has good coverage. Its stats are decent, its speed is alright, so it's got some good things for it. Usually a lot more fire types that are better than it, but if he needs that special attacker, he's got the Delphox on his team. There you go. And last but not least, Season 2 champ, Mr. Ivan. The UU pickup means he's got NU or RU coming at him. Some are awesome, not all are the same. Not all are the different tiers. For example, Ampharos and Mega Ampharos are both RU, but Manectric is NU, but Mega and Manectric is UU, so we put Manectric in UU. Nope, it's UU, Acrolance. Metagross is UU. Nice try. Ivy Gaming, welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight? We're on the final pick of the teams for the Pro Pokeball Season 4. Well, there you go, Darkness. You got the team you wanted, man. Well, then it's banned. I don't know. You can test it again, as long as it can go to OU. I don't care. Oh, Zangoose. Alrighty. Another one-directional, one-trick pony. Poison or Toxic Boost Pokemon uses the Poison or Toxic Orb to basically get itself plus 1.5 times attack? 1.5 times attack, on top of the fact that it's got access to Quick Attack, Knockoff, Close Combat, Return. It has access to Swords Dance if you want it. It can be run a few ways, but generally speaking, the Toxic Orb boost is the best that it can do, in my opinion. It's got a lot of power behind it. Don't underestimate how much this thing can do. Knockoffs can hurt a lot from this thing, so that will be the last Pokemon drafted for Season 4. Look at that. Wow. I like the drafts. They're really neat. Darmanitan gets worse. It's very true. Okay. There we go. The teams are officially drafted. And that's all she wrote. Now, before we go into the team analyses, actually we should probably do it before we give the draft. So, just a few things for battlers to keep in mind. First of all, I'm going to go grab an Advil before we talk about all that, because I have a literally splitting headache, so give me one moment here, guys. I will be right back. Thank you very much. You're watching the Pro Pokeball Season 4. 1 second. Boop. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Let me change this music. Jeebus. We've been listening to this song for that long. Quite a long time. That's a little better. Okay. So, let's go over the teams really quickly, and then we will be talking about what you guys need to get me in the next couple of weeks. Let's get the teams actually up here right now. Can you see them? Hey, you can see them. Nice. Alright, there we go. Okay. No problem, Darkness. Everything else will be recorded for you guys to take a look at, so don't worry about if you miss any of this. We're just going to go down the lines, and we'll go from there. First of all, thank you very much for watching the drafting section. We're just going to do a quick review of the teams, just to see what we're going to be looking at here. We do have some experience and then some new people, so let's see what we got going here. Let's see what's going to be going on in Season 4. First things first. Wellington's team, it's an Ivan team. He got what he wanted. Very defensive Pokemon. He's got some Pokemon he's already played with and had great success with back in Season 2. He has some good offensive pivoting that he's got between the Manectric and I guess Hydreigon could technically do it too. I thought he had more offensive pivoting than that. Either way though, he has a lot of good offensive Pokemon that I think he'd make more use with. Before, when he was dealing with in Season 3, it was mainly Terrakion, Manaphy. Now he's got a lot of good options here. He's got the Manectric, he's got the Salazzle for setup sweeping, and Starmie could technically do it. Hydreigon is the Choice Specs and Choice Scarf user for his team. He has a very good defensive core Tangrowth, Rhydon, and Cofagrigus. Zangoose and Machamp for any type of very specific damage. Like, he's definitely come in here with a plan. He's come up with a pretty good idea of what he wants to accomplish, so that's pretty much all I can say. I think this is a very good team for him, and I think he's going to be doing pretty well with this season with this particular team. On the side of Darkness, he's gone for a Hacks team. Definitely you can tell he's got Shuckle for Stinky Web to set up for the Cinccino and the Togekiss. He's got a lot of Pokemon with Air Slash. He's got some good wall breakers, but he also got some good walls with Milotic and Aggron. But I think he could do quite well with this type of team because, honestly, there's a lot to be said about the Pokemon if they went Hacks-wise, but he also has some very fast Pokemon. He's got some very slow, bulky Pokemon that can also go aggressive. It's kind of a mishmash because when you base it around a strat that's not like Balance, Aggro, or Stall sort of team, you tend to play the risk of being outclassed by others. So in this particular situation, I do think that he has outclassed himself a bit by going for the Hacks, but definitely want to see what he can do with this. He does have some very neat ideas though with the Gooey strat for slowing them down for the Hacks. He has some great things with the Crobat coming in mixed with the Shuckle. You know, the Shuckle having his Sticky Web support that he's going to want. Now, if he wants to try and stop those type of strategies, he doesn't really have like the taunt or much to do it. So I do think that he is going to fall a bit short if he doesn't get this to go. But maybe the Destroyers will just be on a coin flip. That's all he can really live with. That's what I was going to do, Acrolance. I always highlight this part. The Araquanids. Doodle! We got two dedicated weather users in this tournament. This is the first one right here. The Alaskan Araquanids picking up a rain team. A fairly good one, too. Actually scooping up some of the power that I hope people would scoop up, and that was the case. Alolan Muck with the Pelipper. He has the Steelix Pelipper combination for very good defensive holding. He also has access to oh god, I just lost my train of thought. He has good access to defense. He has a lot of flexible Pokemon too. He can use the Scar, or he can use the Celebi in any way he wants. He can be a little bit more flexible with the likes of the Drampa as well. Although most of these Pokemon are pretty much straightforward with what they're going to aim to do, so his team should be fairly readable and somewhat easy to counter. Plus, again, Rain, the best combination he has with Rain would be something like Caracosta. But I wouldn't even risk going Thunder on Heliolisk or Mega Ampharos, so it's mostly just having it when it comes to using it, but in the end, he is going to be good against World Leader, which is the next one up for analysis. Either way, though, It's just a standard rain team. I don't think there's anything much to go home with it. He missed out on a lot of Pokemon that could strengthen it, so he is going to be dealing with it either way, though. Water Bubble, Choice Band, Araquanid would hurt with the liquidation, stuff like that, for sure. Stockton Thundurus, world leader. Shoutouts to Season 1 of the Pro Pokeball, bringing back an old classic. Although it wasn't dedicated to sand, it just had sand on it, and worked quite well with it. This is like balls deep in the sand. This man is digging a hole to stick his testicles in when it comes to sand teams. This man is just straight into it. He's like, there's no way dancing around it. He picks up the last 2 Pokemon to solidify a defensive core for himself. Everything else is straight sandy. It's nuts, but we know World Leader can bring out good stuff. He brings out unique strats. Let's see if he can actually play out a comp that basically is almost autopilot. It knows what it wants to do, and in kind of straightforward, it would actually weaken this draft. So I don't think there's much room to be unique in this. I think it's actually a very strong composition that he knows how to use. So let's see what he can do with that. Boston Beartix. Eventual Coma has done very well for herself here, because I like this draft. I think she's come up with some very good Pokemon that she hasn't really been able to grab in other mock Pro Pokeballs when she was doing it. I definitely think the first pick Clefable is going to strengthen a lot of anything she wants to do with making a team strong. There might be some trades in the future that she'll want to make to try and make it even stronger, because at this point she basically has the Clefable mixed with the Seismitoad, which is a very good draft. And also the Dragalge, so there is a good core there if she can make it work. Now, the other thing is her actual team looks to be very fire weak, but she has some good she has some good offensive Pokemon she gets to actually work. I do get concerned with the fire types that we're picking up on each team. They do outspeed most of these Pokemon and put a ton of pressure on them. So Volcarona is going to be her fire threat. But what's going to stop these other threats? There's not much other than maybe the Azumarill if it goes like special defensive or something like that, or the Clefable. So a bit on the frail side, but otherwise I'm liking what's been done with this team, and it will come down to the play. Sock-powered Sky Sharks. It's an offensive team. It's an Oxum-style team. Actually, with a little bit more attention to try and make a defensive core. I don't think the Donphan, Gligar, Hitmontop, defense is going to be enough. I think she definitely has to look at some trades maybe and try and clean it up a little bit if she wants to get some more success, because I do feel like the thing that made Oxum fall before was the fact that if the offense didn't kill, she basically lost, right? Similar to a Chaos Infinity strategy from a long time ago. But there is an attempt to make more defensive options here. So let's see what she can do with that, although, again, failing to kill the Pokemon, anything that sets up can basically take this team out. So we got to see what's going to be going on with that. See you later, Coma. See you, Oxum. Now, I'm going to tell you guys right now, Mitchie not only got away with murder, he was able to get away with changing his identity and become a god. This team, I don't even know how he got this team. I can argue maybe 10 of these 12 picks are power picks. He has drafted such a well-built team. It's disgusting to an extent. So, shame on you people for giving him this. As an experienced drafter, both, like, even Ivan didn't get away with murder when it came to making his team. He got a really strong draft. This is, like, when I talk about the continuum of Diego, Scrubbington, and Mitchie, he is, like, G-spot level on his level of playstyle. This is what he wants, right? He got the super strong Fire, Water, Grass core, the Heatran, Slowking, and the Shaman. He's got the 2 offensive Pokemon he can change up between the Beedrill and the Mega Sharpedo. He's got the Mienshao for easy checking. He's got the Wall Breaker and Swellow. He's got the setup Poke and Deblade. He's got the annoying pains in the asses in the form of Mew and Klefki. Golbat being that extra Pokemon he might not bring. Like, I could see him using everything but Tyrantrum and Golbat. Everything else, this man is set to go. I see a weakness, but it's not a big one, because I know he can play this strat out very well. So, very much scared for you guys when it comes to Mitchie's comp here. But he got away with it, so now we'll have to see what people can do to adapt to it. But I do think that this draft in itself does a lot for what he got for it, so we'll see. Gamer's team, the Sarasota Suicunes. Like I said, it looks like he's gone for aggro balance sort of stats, similar to what Mitchie kind of does, except these walls are more passive to an extent, because Suicune can go Combine and stuff like that. But it's very straightforward with what he wants to do. He's got the Registeel Hypno Suicune core there, and he might even use Moltres in that core, and basically he's going to take that two or three Pokemon defensive core, use them to try and pivot into more offensive Pokemon. If he needs anything with more speed and setup, he's got the likes of a Zelf. But he's got just the pick of the litter when it comes to offensive Pokemon that he's going to try and use to get through a team. So it's a very balanced team, right? It's nothing ridiculous, but it can be ridiculous if played well because he's covered up his weaknesses quite well. Not like type weaknesses, but an overall just playstyle. He's got pretty much like a good middle to top end team here with what he can do with it if he plays it out quite easily. Yeah, Dan, man, you gain Nubits as you watch, and it's double Nubit night on Pokemon Showdown night, so. Yeah, Gamer's team is just very, very good. I love it. Icy's team. I think that this man is actually really well built around Sticky Web. Built a good defensive core in the second pool, but built a very good offensive Sticky Web comp in the first half. He actually made the best of the drafts, I think. Like, other than Mitch, I would honestly argue that this man's maybe second or third when it comes to building his team. It's a very, very well-built team. Near the end, you could tell he started to run out of options, and he kind of got a little bit weaker as the draft went on. But he's got Mamoswine, he's got the Diancie, he's got the Kingdra, he's got some very good Pokemon that can do work if they get the right situations. And with the likes of Sticky Web, a lot of these Pokemon suddenly become really, really strong because his team on average is slower, just on average. But he can make good work with that, and I think that if he plays it out well, he can actually shut a lot of people down. So this is really exciting for me, especially when he's got the Magic Bounce, so he could like stop people from using Taunt and all of a sudden bounce it back. He gets the free setup with Galvantula. This is a really neat combination of Pokemon. I'm really curious to see what Icy can actually, how he will abuse the Sticky Web, because most times when we see the Sticky Web, it comes with some kind of gimmick when it's coming to the ProPokeBowl. This feels like the first team that can actually put that to good use on top of the Shuckle Strats from Darkness when he built his team as well, so it's cool. And last but not least, the Okeechobee Tauros Project. He's actually just picked a lot of Pokemon that I was hoping to see in the draft. We're going to see the Alolan Marowak. We're going to see the Xurkitree. We're going to see the Turtonator. We're going to see the Crawdaunt. We're going to see the Porygon 2. He's got very cool synergies and typings in this. He's gone for a lot of different types of Pokemon, so he's got like almost one of every type on his team. And he's got a good balance of offense and defense. I mean, there are a couple of questionable picks, the one being the Hariyama, but overall, he's got the setup, he's got the defensive core between Porygon 2 and Fortress, and the Cresselia. Like, we see it, there's been that pattern of when people either pick up the offense or the defense, they just know what they want to get from the other pool, just switch it up and start picking from there. And pretty uninhibited, right? Gets away with what he wants, and I'm liking it, so. I remember that Kricketune Doodle Humper. I remember it, man. Yeah, no, I really like it. It's a bunch of new Pokemon, too, so I want to see what Project does with these Pokemon, because as much as they can be mostly seen as one-dimensional, it doesn't mean that you can't bring out something different, because in a mixed OU, it becomes different. These Pokemon will almost, unless they're that set in stone, kind of like Staraptor, they can bring out different things to handle different Pokemon. And what I call as techs can be pretty good with solidifying the strength of these particular Pokemon, despite the fact of them being unilateral. So, yeah. In terms of, usually I give like a top 3. In terms of strength, I'm definitely giving it to Mitchie as top draft. His team is just so like disgusting with what he got rid of, what he got away with, and wasn't even like the Pokemon weren't even banned, and he was 6th pick or 7th pick, which is surprising to me because usually those Pokemon, those guys that are picking at that time generally show a bit of weakness with what they're trying to grab, but Pool 2 was so strong, he gets away with it, and he actually ends up soaking up the pokes he wants. So, definitely going to give him the top draft. Second one being W. Wellington. I also think mainly not because of the particular Pokemon he's picked up, but more or less the fact that Ivan's going to be in a comfortable situation, right? This is a team he knows how to play out. It's very defensive and very offensive, right? It's kind of like the super aggro and the super defensive mixed together. And he knows how to do it, right? On top of that, I think that he's gotten upgrades from last season. He's got the Manectric instead of the Heliolisk. He's got the Mantine instead of the Manaphy for looking for more bulky Pokemon. He's definitely got Pokemon he's wanted to use and has used in the past with success, such as the Cofagrigus and the Tangrowth. And I think he's going to carry it all the way through with this. I think he can actually be an even more threat this season. Plus, both Mitchie and Ivan bringing in prior experience and stuff like that. And the third one, it's kind of hard to argue between... I kind of want to say Icy and Darkness kind of both sit in third when it comes to the draft, but I really... It depends on the way you want to look at it. I like the Lanakila Conqueror's draft because it has clear synergy with Sticky Web, and it has good use of it. It's not wasting time and just saying I have it because. It's actually going to make good use of it, which could become very strong. Plus, the defensive core of Nihilego and Chestnut is very interesting to me as well, and I want to see how that actually plays out, because I don't know how that works. I haven't seen Nihilego, haven't seen much of Togedemaru, and things like that. But, at the same time, you also have the Kyuubi Destroyers, who have a lot of good picks, which can actually get quite annoying. That's why I kind of put it slightly under the Conquerors, because there are a lot of strong Pokemon here. You got the Sylveon, the Milotic, you got the Crobat, the Togekiss, the Cinccino, and the Aggron, but then you also have picks like Blossom, Delphox, Shuckle. Like, these Pokemon can do okay, but they're not as reliable as we'd like to see something from the sides of, like the Lanakila Conquerors, and stuff like that. Now, obviously, these top three doesn't mean that I expect these top three to end up being the best based on the draft. It's basically more or less the fact that I feel that the comps that have been picked up will synergize the best. Then it comes down to the actual battling. Just because Ivan, for example, has picked up a really Ivan-like team doesn't mean that he's going to be able to win with it. Same thing with Mitchie, although his team is kind of like foolproof to an extent. But someone like the Stockton Thunderous can really make good use of sand. And if people don't know how to play around this type of comp, and he builds a really strong thing, you know, you can go Hippowdon, Empoleon, Camerupt, Decidueye, Mandibuzz, and Tentacruel, or something like that of the sort. He can build those types of teams and get away with the sand support, right? He has the choice between Gigalith and Hippowdon. He doesn't even have to do that, right? He could just be bringing 6 strong Pokemon without the sand and have it ready for subs in game number 2, right? There's a lot of good things going with it. Also similar to the Alaskan Araquanids, where it's based in rain, but there are a lot of individuals that stand out. The Skarmory, the Araquanid, the Alolan Muck. Like, he has these Pokemon that can still do well despite the fact that rain is the focus. So I really do think there are actually very good teams here, and I do look forward to the competition that's going to be happening on top of that. So, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, there are a few things that I need to explain to the competitors to make sure you guys get this ready for me on time. First things first, we are actually requiring you to give a theme song and a banner. You are not going to leave it up to me anymore. You are going to be providing it. The song must be from a video game. That is so that I can preserve the VOD so that everybody can watch it without any interruption in audio. Please make sure that stays the same. We are going to be using only video game exclusive music. Prefer not Legend of Zelda because that does get muted for some weird reason. But you need to give that in to me by February 19th. I will put these dates up in the Discord so you don't have to worry about that, but you will owe me a banner and a theme song by February 19th. Failure to submit this will actually get you kicked out of the tournament. Why do I say that? Why am I being a tough ass about it? Because I'm tired of cleaning up for other people's crap. To put it lightly. There's been too many times where I've had to do things do things for other coaches. This is your team, this is your commitment. I told you it's going to be a big commitment. Fulfill your commitment. Banner and team theme by February 19th. Doesn't matter what time of day. Send it to me by February 19th. It could be at 11:59 p.m. I don't care. It could be like February 20th at 7 a.m. I don't care. Just make sure you get it to me, please. So that's the first thing. Battles will commence February 21st, 2018, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have the bracket up for you right here, right now. I'm going to complete it and then post it in the channel, so please just wait for me to put that up. You'll have full access to it. Basically, the thing that you have to have ready for me, a PokePaste. You need the PokePaste ready to go and submit it to me before we start the battles. I like to take them all so that people can't make any changes. Once you have submitted your PokePaste, I take a look at them, see if there's any mistakes. If I catch them, we're good. If not, and there is a mistake, let's say you put a Gardevoirite on Mega Glalie, you cannot fix it. I like to make that clear. You cannot fix any mistakes you make on your team. If a Pokemon is built illegally, that Pokemon cannot be used, and you cannot change it. This is because it's like a normal sport, right? If someone gets injured or someone forgets their shin pads in soccer, you can't stuff newspaper into it. If anyone remembers that story that I had of the stupid coach I had to deal with. He was trying to shove newspaper into a guy's socks to make it look like shin pads. Like, no. You make the mistake, you deal with the mistake. You lose that player or that Pokemon for that week. When you're preparing your teams, make sure you prepare all 12, please. You must submit them all. If there are any Pokemon that are not prepared and are not put on the PokePaste, you are not allowed to build it mid-game, or you're not allowed to build it between Game 1 and Game 2. Furthermore, anything you build on the Pokemon remains for both games in the series. You cannot change in between series. You can only change in between rounds. So between Game 1 and Game 2, you can't change what the Pokemon have. If you mess up and put no EVs, you play with no EVs. That's the way it goes. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to pretty much say about that. So have your PokePaste ready for the battle days, the banner and the theme song by February 19th. And we will have the bracket on the channel. I'll also post it in Discord, so the teams and the brackets will be posted into Discord, so you guys can take a look at that. Are there any questions? No, you cannot act. Are there any questions before we go for the night? This was a very long night. I did not expect to go that long, but I'm very glad that we were able to spend this time together. It's super exciting to me to start up the ProPokeBowl again, especially with all these new rules going through. Also, just as a quick reminder, you cannot make any trades before week 1. We will discuss that after next week when you guys can bring that in. Any of the rules can, of course, be answered in this thing here. We're about to see it, Doodle. We're about to reveal it. So I've already re-randomized the seeds and everything else, so we have the bracket here and ready to go. Never Acrolance. Alright, here we go. Let's set this in stone. We have all 10 ready to go. Let's just confirm. There we go. Awesome. We've got the 10 teams in here. Make sure there are no spelling mistakes. Alright, we're good. Alright. Here comes the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Starting it now. Welcome to ProPokeBowl Season 4. This is a link to your bracket. Week 1, Pichu Warriors versus the Boston Bearticks. Mitchie versus Coma. Oh boy. Then followed up by the Alaskan Araquanid versus Stockton Thunderous. A battle of the weather, week 1 already. That's a good way to start off the tournament. Okeechobee Toros versus the QB Destroyers, W. Wellington versus the Sock-Powered Sky Sharks, and the Lanakila Conquerors versus the Sarasota Suicoons. This will be accessible once again via the channel and everything else, so anyone who is watching, please make sure that you take a look at this. Every battle happens Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern Time start. Just a quick note for everyone. The Boston Bearticks have asked that they are the first battles every night. We will honor it as such, so if you know you're battling the Boston Bearticks, Please make sure you are extra on time. I try my best to be on time as much as I can, but please make sure you are especially on time for those particular weeks. She does live in Brazil. She needs some extra time to do it first. So the Boston Beretics will always be pinned as the first battle of the night. Again, we need those pace spins before all this starts, so you gotta have your pace spins up and ready to go as soon as possible. Thank you very much for joining me on the beginning of the Pro Pokeball Season 4. Those banners, theme songs will come in. We will recommence February 21st, 2018 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next stream, however, will be tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, back with more Nuzlocking. We have our Emerald Roster Block. We are continuing. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you very much for your support. Start supporting your teams. We have begun a new season. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Any questions can be referred to me via Twitch PM or Discord, even Twitter if you'd like. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining me. Good luck to our competitors.